2-year-old grandmother unfortunately passed away. God bless her soul. Representative Daniel Bayou, thank you. Welcome to the Labor Committee. Representative Granger is absent today. Being replaced by Representative Tudor. Thank you. Welcome. And back for a second try, filling in for Representative Mason, Representative Bogart. Welcome. If you would just pass that down to the clerk so he has just their name so he remembers, I'd appreciate that. The first bill in front of us, oh, I'm sorry, we need to, if everyone would please stand. Representative Brody, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Opening the executive session on House Bill 241 relative to the opportunity of school district employees representing a collective bargaining unit to meet the public employee as part of collective bargaining negotiations. Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move ITL.
Motion on the floor is an expedient to legislate. Do we have a second? Representative Love seconds the motion. The motion has been made and seconded. Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We were brought forward an issue that seems to be very specific to one bargaining agreement, one unit, maybe particular individuals involved with that. And it just seems to me that the process that is already in place was not used, and it's intended to resolve these issues. The understanding of the way it's supposed to work is when the employees and the management do not agree on when the times to meet, how often to meet, that those things are negotiated. And if necessary, a balance, a compromise must be struck. If that can't happen, and when this bill was brought forward, it suggested that the RSA always favors the employees if they demand to meet during a certain time. That does not appear to be the position of the PELRB, and in this case, it was not taken to the PELRB. So to me, if we saw that there was really an issue with how the PELRB ruled, and they said, well, we're basing this ruling on this law, and so that's the way we have to go, I would consider looking at the law and how it might be changed. But it never even got that far. So I think this law is premature at best, and from what we heard, probably unnecessary.
Representative Sullivan.
Yet again, I am in full agreement with Representative Seaworth. The PELRB has ruled on this issue from time to time, and when they do, they basically tell the parties to do exactly what the parties did, which was sometimes you negotiate during the day, sometimes you negotiate outside of the school day. So essentially, what happened in that town was exactly what the PELRB would have ordered if it had gone to the PELRB. So I agree that this bill is unnecessary, and I will support ITL. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sullivan. Are there any other representative willing to speak? Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a quick question. I can't read who was filling in for Representative Mason. I can't read your handwriting. Bogart. Thank you. Thank you.
One of the things I've heard in this committee for a number of years is the legislature in New Hampshire should not mess with the bargaining relationships between bargaining units and who are they bargaining with, whatever municipality or organization. That has to go both ways. You can't have it when you want it, and you can not have it when you don't want it. So being consistent, I will vote with Representative Sullivan and Representative Seaworth. Representative Love.
I'll also be voting to ITL this, having been part of a bargaining unit and sat and negotiated with the, with employers. I can't see why we should be giving special rights to the public employee sector that the private sector doesn't have. I had to go after work and sit down, and it was always like that. I was involved in 2 or 3 contract negotiations, and we had to go after work. It was just almost like a public service for our fellow employees to go do it. And like I said, I'd be real reluctant to give the public sector bargaining units more rights than a private sector.
Representative Addington? No. I don't see any other additional hands. The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 241. It's been moved and seconded. We've had a discussion. Representative Avalani, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Representative Prout.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Bogert.
Yes.
Representative Colcom.
Yes.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Tudor.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Barudi.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative Di Silvestro.
Yes.
Representative Susie.
Yes.
Representative Bouchard.
Yes.
Representative Addington.
Yes.
Representative McKenzie.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
And Representative Nettie Wong.
Yes.
And the chairman.
Chairman votes yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any objection to this bill be putting on the consent agenda? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Consent agenda. Representative Bouchard, did you get everything done?
I did, thank you.
Did you hit it out of the park?
Well, I was able to miss out on some questions.
Very well.
It did go well.
I'm going to give the clerk a minute here to catch up. If you did not have an opportunity to see my email that went around yesterday or the day before, I don't remember. I'd like to get you all out of here by 11:30. So if you would like to go over to the retail merchants, not the retained merchants. Thank you, Representative Cahill, for looking at my my spelling error. With all the emails we all write a day, sometimes just keep typing, don't pay attention. Thank you. Next bill is we're past 10:15, so Mom, I'm back on schedule. House Bill 410 relative to municipal ranking list promotions. Representative Seaworth, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move ITL.
The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate, seconded by Representative Boyd. Motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate has been made and seconded. Representative Seaworth.
My argument here is similar to the last one. This seems to be a bill brought forward for a particular bargaining unit, a particular municipality. And the issue that it seeks to address, I understand, is nepotism, which I don't think any of us is in favor of favoring unfairly some employees over others. On the other hand, this isn't really a nepotism bill. And certainly when we heard from the police representatives that were here, when we heard from the municipal association, um, it seems like a solution that is not suited for every case. I'd like to think that there are other ways to resolve an issue that is particular to a specific city or town. Um, and for that reason, I would not support the proposed change. Thank you.
Representative Susie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I too agree with Representative Seaworth. I think this is a bill that really belongs, the crux of the bill belongs in collective bargaining. And I'm sympathetic to some of the people. I've lived it. As I stated before, 29 years in the fire service. I was on the executive board for 17 years negotiating contracts, and I've seen many changes. But I don't believe that because there's an issue, this specific issue should be brought to the legislature. I truly believe that it still belongs in negotiations and collective bargaining, and there are ways to change it. Sometimes it's a lot to change it, but if you stand in and you dig your feet in, there's definitely ways to change it. So again, I agree with Representative Seaworth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We also heard during testimony that there could be, this could run afoul of some local ordinances that are protecting promotional lists and things like that. So I also don't think a statewide law is responsible right now.
Representative Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we also heard, piggybacking off of Representative Avalani's comment, that same enabling authorization to address this issue via local ordinances could be used to largely fix this problem on a town by town or municipality by municipality basis. And so doing a statewide solution, a one size fits all, when there's already existing enabling legislation to let it be done by the municipal legislature, I don't think is appropriate or necessary.
Seeing no, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add that I think it must be very difficult for the people who feel they're passed over. And I don't think it's helpful for recruiting and retaining the people who are dedicated to do this work if they had the impression that there's something else in the works. I know that some of this is subjective, but I don't think it's conducive to having that team of people that we need doing this important work. I realize this isn't the solution, but I would hope that the people involved would find a way to do it.
All right. Seeing no further hands, motion on the floor is an expedient to legislate on House Bill 410. Move second that we've had a discussion. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Representative Prout.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Colcom.
Yes.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Tudor.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Barudi.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative Di Silvestro.
Yes.
Representative Susie.
Yes.
Representative Bouchard.
Yes.
Representative Adigent.
Yes.
Representative McKenzie.
Yes.
Representative Nettie Wong.
Oh, sorry, yes.
And Representative Vega.
Yes.
Unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
The chairman votes yes. Any objection to this bill being on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we will do that. We have to wait 6 minutes, 7, 8 minutes for House Bill 561. So if you need to go do something. our executive session. House Bill 561, establishing a committee to examine workforce and school accommodations for those with long-term COVID and MECFS. Representative Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move inexpedient to legislate on this bill.
Motion is inexpedient to legislate. Have a second? Representative
Second.
Seaworth. Thank you. Motion is made and second. Representative Prout, you're recognized to address your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still have a lot of questions about this bill. A lot of what we heard of what people are having trouble with, especially in the workplace, should already be covered under existing non-discrimination for disabilities law, Americans with Disabilities Act, or its analogs at various agencies and levels of government, etc. I don't fully understand how what their experience is distinguished from other medical issues. And while I understand people are having issues, and they really want someone to be able to tell them why and what can be done for them, a legislative study committee is a very bad way to do novel medical research, which I think what really might be what they need. And for those reasons, I recommend ITL on this bill.
Representative Addison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to oppose ITL on this bill. Chronic fatigue syndrome is a very miserable thing to live with. I suspect that the least we can do is establish a committee to examine how CFS and ME interacts with present disability accommodation law. As it pertains to the long COVID aspect of this, we are 3 years into the pandemic/endemic. In fact, February 16th, 2020, the world reached 1,770 deaths, a number which very sadly shrinks in comparison to what it is today. 3 years down the road, we have learned that some individuals have contracted COVID in the last 3 years and have had the symptoms and illness for longer than the normal 2 weeks. I know I hated how I felt when I had it for 2 weeks. I couldn't imagine a month or a year. And I feel enough time has passed where we can acquire new data on individuals with this unfortunate disease. As has been said many times in this committee, we have to learn to live with COVID. And this is what learning to live with it would look like. But we need to do that learning first. I would be very interested to see how long COVID interacts with the current workplace accommodation law that was referenced as a consequence of that. I'd like to see the committee established, and I'm going to vote against the ITL.
Representative Rudy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a study committee, and I always look at study committees like, well, if there's no problems, they'll find out. But if there is a problem, let's try to get it fixed. COVID hit us. We got blindsided by it, and it set the world upside down for a few years. They came out with a vaccine lightning fast. We don't know what side effects are going to come down the road. We don't know what the next step or the next phase of COVID is going to be. I think to cut this committee off and make it go away is we're shortchanging ourselves. If we do have a committee, at least it's in place to recognize a problem if one comes up. Thank you.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to vote against the ITL. These are frontline workers. These are people who, during the toughest of times, they probably had more exposure than many people in this room. So I think that it's an interesting issue. I'm not sure it's necessarily the best issue to be in front of the House Labor Committee, and maybe there should be another committee that looks at this. But I also, and I acknowledge that there are provisions in the federal law, the Americans with Disability Act, and all those kinds of things. And I don't know where those are in terms of this, but I think that it is an emerging issue relative to long-term impact that COVID has. If it is affecting the workforce, I think it's worth a look at. But again, I'm not sure this is the best committee to take that up. But I would support if the only thing we have in front of us is the opportunity to establish a committee, then I would support that idea and vote inexpedient to legislate. Vote against that.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find some agreement with the last two speakers, and yet I'm going to vote for the ITL. I think in some ways, this issue, as was mentioned, is a lot bigger than a labor issue. It's a lot bigger than a New Hampshire issue. It's a national and an international issue. It involves medical science. And while I certainly appreciate the suffering that the people who were before us went through, um, a study committee isn't always the best first option when we don't know what we're looking at. Certainly this year, the speaker has asked the House to look at the numerous study committees that we've established and try to um, reduce that a little bit where appropriate. It can be very difficult finding the people who want to spend the time on these additional committees to study things. And so I'm cautious about authorizing a committee where the scope of what's being sought isn't clear. At the same time, my fellow representative brought up that maybe we're looking too narrow with this. I had an interesting experience. I was into the doctor with my kids. One of the issues is my son has no sense of smell. He never has. And we went to the doctor to discuss this, and he said, well, one of the first things I bring up is that it may be related to a virus. And I used to say that, and nobody believed me. Now everyone knows. But my point is that the long COVID symptoms are not restricted to long COVID. There are a lot of viruses that have long-term effects. They're very poorly understood. So are we focusing here on kind of the issues of the day and ignoring, as my friend said, vaccine and negative impact reactions to the vaccines, or people that have developed infections from masks, or viruses that are just not COVID but still cause these long-term employment issues. So again, my point is that we've got a very nebulous question, a big question, and it seems well beyond the labor committee to deal with it. So I'm uncomfortable setting up this committee at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I've heard people say that the reason why we should not do a study committee is because there are a lot of unknowns, things that we don't understand yet about long COVID. And I would suggest that that's exactly why you do a study committee, to uncover the answers to the unknowns. So I'll be opposing ITL and supporting the study committee to try to come up with some answers for these folks, and also try to help figure out exactly what accommodations are appropriate and possible for people who are experiencing these illnesses. So I will be opposing ITL.
President Bogart.
More of a question, if I may. The study of the COVID is may or may not be as important as people say, but I question whether or not why it didn't go to a Health and Human Services Committee and came to a Labor Committee, because it has really nothing to do with labor and everything to do with general population health. And I think this is the wrong committee for doing something like that myself.
Thank you. Representative Brody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe that if we form this committee, people from Health and Human Services should be on this committee, if they know more about it than we do.
Representative Adagen.
I was going to say, I can answer that question. During the pandemic, one of my favorite things to say when it came to my opinion on COVID prevention procedure was, I am not a doctor. and this would be a committee to examine workforce accommodations. The folks over in the Health and Human Services Committee are not familiar with this aspect of the law. And I don't think this can just be a hot potato between those two committees, because eventually it turns into a game of chicken and nobody takes it. I think it's more appropriate for it to start here. And as the previous member just said, I don't believe that study committees are restricted to the members of one committee. I'm willing to be wrong about that. But I don't think it would be required for it to be entirely members of this committee. I can absolutely see members of the Health and Human Services Committee that may want to serve here.
Representative Rudy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we do have several doctors in the House, so maybe they would have a better look at things than we would, than I would anyway. Thank you.
Representative Love.
Yeah, I'll be voting for the ITL, and the reason being, you know, a little bit of knowledge is dangerous, and you know, to have a labor committee where we have no viral specialists and what have you, you know, people that are really knowledgeable about this subject, you know, we won't have them on this committee, and we could do more damage than we did good.
Any further comments? My concern here and why I will support the ITL is I've just listened. It's been fascinating. This is supposed to do one thing. The bill is supposed to look at accommodations for school and workforce for people with long-term COVID and such. Yet half the discussion here has been medical. It has not had to do with that. I firmly believe there are long-term COVID issues, no doubt. How it affects everyone's different abilities, how it's affected everyone differently. We all have enough friends and family members who've been affected in totally different ways. So no doubt. And then we get into the whole thing about, well, is something in the vaccines causing things? That's not on the table here. That's not what this is about. And half of the discussion has been about that. The discussion here in the bill is about accommodations for workforce and schools. I am not aware, and I had time on a plane, and I read anything I could find about Googling this. And I haven't seen anything. I talked to the Labor Department. Have there been any issues with someone being released? Not being given the accommodations, and I didn't have anyone to think to call for the school, but we do have an issue with long-term COVID, no doubt. But that's not what this study committee is, yet that has been 3/4 of the discussion. That's my concern. We're not going to talk about this, and we don't have anything to talk about it about, because we don't know that it has been a problem and that it's not covered under current law. Now, I'm all in favor of people studying things. I think this best thing that we ever do up here as representatives is dig into some of these things. And I'm all in favor, and I've supported a lot of things. How many times last year, Representative Sullivan, did I support, against the speaker, support something which we're going to be speaking of, the OSHA bill? So I'm all in favor of doing it, but this, in my opinion, is not doing what it is, just the mere fact of what the discussion has been on the executive session. So that's what is it? I'm sticking to it. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to COVID, you know, chronic fatigue syndrome and something else, ME, I'm not going to try to pronounce what that stands for. But these are sort of recognized conditions that we've had, you know, in the world before COVID. And while I don't know whether or not a person with any of these conditions is able to get the accommodations they need, I think that's why we're here, why the subject was brought to us. And if we could find out in some way whether or not that was a problem, whether the study committee is the way to do that, I'm not sure, but I'd like to support those people who are having these conditions and finding it difficult to work or go to school.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. And I was warned that a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, but I'm going to charge ahead anyway. I know a little about how these issues connect, and I'll just share that. I think the connection between long COVID, myalgia, and chronic fatigue syndrome is these are medical issues that are widely reported. I know people that have suffered from them, but medical science cannot make connections between the causes and effects in the way that most diseases and most disabilities are made. And so the question was, what's the thread here? And I would suggest that that's the thread, that it's a disconnect between what people feel, what science says about it, and maybe the way the workplace treats differently a known disability from a difficult to diagnose disability.
Representative Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So back to the root of the topic of this bill, it's about workplace accommodations. And knowing things about that, those are supposed to be, the only reason those should be denied is if they cross the boundary into the request is unreasonable, extreme for the business to be asked to do. And at that point, it's supposed to bridge over into, is the person disabled? Should they go on permanent disability? Is at least how I view the world, or how I view how all those laws are supposed to interact. And so if there's an issue, there's probably an issue of there's a gap in between those two where a person is asking for accommodations that are going so far as to be considered unreasonable, yet they're not able to get the permanent disability and be not expected to work. That would be the gap that I would see that would need to be studied. But that's not the topic of this study committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, everyone. We have a motion on the floor in expedient to legislate. It's been seconded, and there's been discussion. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll? I got to start saying this. If you're in favor of the motion, you vote yes. If you're against, you'll vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Representative Prout.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Bogert.
Yes.
Representative Colcom.
Yes.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Tudor.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Baroody.
No.
Representative Cahill.
No,
Representative D. Silvestro.
Yes.
Representative Susi. Representative Bouchard.
No.
Representative Adigent.
No.
Representative McKenzie.
No.
Representative Nettie Wong.
No.
And Representative Ayu.
No.
Chairman votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passes 12-8, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It is not 11 o'clock, but I would like to the committee to bear with me for a moment here on House Bill 182 FN. And we're not in executive session. This is just me trying to make a point to the committee of what I would like to do. I grew up in a town, Amherst, 1,700 people, 1970s. If it wasn't for the volunteer firefighters, a lot of bad things would have happened. So I understand the need. I'm also wrestling with it, forcing businesses to do certain things, which I think the bill has gone a little too far. My intent here was to retain the bill, and I thought about it over the last week or so, and we have done very well in getting our agenda done here, and we have time. We have another 3 weeks or 4 weeks before all of the bills have to be out of here. The remaining three bills we have on the table, one I've gotten the sponsor to agree to retain, and the other two we have study committees after we're done today. So it is my request to the board, or the committee here, that if I open the executive session on House Bill 182 FN and then close it and then see if I can work out something with the sponsors that is a little more palatable, it makes both sides a little happier what would go on. And that would be my request. Representative Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't speak for other members of the committee, but I would want to say that I would strongly oppose putting this off. The problem that I see, and maybe if somebody wants to provide some specifics that I could entertain them, these are the identical protections that exist for members of the National Guard and the Army, Marine, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard reserves. I don't see what splitting the difference here is. They are protections that would ensure that they don't get fired for having to respond to calls. Like I said, I'm willing to listen to specifics, but I think this is a valuable bill. You know, as we talked about in the public hearing, you know, the example was given of the former member of the committee who is an airplane pilot. It's like, well, you know, what happens if you call out of work? Well, it's not really great. Well, what happens if that person, you know, doesn't call out of work? So this doesn't just apply to volunteer firefighters. It applies to EMS. That is lives on the line. And I hate to rise to that level of hyperbole, but it's a fact. I really just don't understand what compromise could possibly exist here where everybody's going to be happy. If they're going to be protections, then the employer's not going to be thrilled 100% of the time. However, as I said, they are the identical protections that we already have for reservists. The only complaint that I would have about this bill is that it doesn't extend to, you know, other facets of the emergency response system. But that doesn't sound like the direction that the compromise would be intended to go in. So I can just say that I would oppose putting this off because I don't see a resolution.
The difference would be this walks out of here today at 10-10, no recommendation, or it waits 3 weeks and I bring something forth that could possibly be unanimous. Your choice, Representative. Representative Holcomb.
Thank you. If I may bring this up here, I did spend some time talking with fire chiefs and a gentleman who I worked with who is a volunteer firefighter and has been for 30 years to get their opinions on this. And the gentleman I worked with for 25 years said that over his 30-year career as a volunteer firefighter, he's only missed work 5 to 6 times due to the need to respond to fire. He did say, though, that there are a handful of people who do abuse the privilege of going to fill up the fire truck and take any opportunity they can to volunteer for other aspects that really are not required for them to miss their other employment. So I do think that there may be some slight abuse to this. And in speaking with a couple of local fire chiefs, you know, their opinion on this is if they aren't responding to a fire or actual emergency call, then they should not be skipping work to address other issues within the firehouse. But they also said this is truly not a volunteer, that they are paid for their services when they're responding.
Representative Drago. Again, this is informal. I appreciate it, the conversation. So to try to keep it on the subject that I would like to open it, close it, and then try to work on it with the sponsors some more. That is the only thing I'm asking. Go ahead, Representative Drago.
The only thing I was thinking is you were asking about the difference between the National Guard and possibly a first responder. I think a National Guard, for the most part, unless it's a flooding situation, maybe they get called up, but for the most part, they know when they're going to be deployed, and it gives a business a chance to find a substitute for the duration that they're gone. Whereas if somebody takes an emergency call tomorrow, that business may not necessarily have the manpower to fill in for the job that's supposed to be done that day. That's the only difference I can think of, but you were asking, and that's what came to mind.
Representative Patterson, and then Representative McKenzie. And then Love.
So just want to touch on that. I am a proud veteran of the United States Marine Corps Reserve. The National Guard in New Hampshire has a little bit more of a reliable schedule, but I cannot count the number of times where squad leader texted on Tuesday night, by the way, you got to be here Thursday morning, when we were not intending to have drill until Saturday or Sunday. It's not always that predictable. When your AT or full-time service in the summer gets scheduled, it's not always as ahead of the clock as possible. That's on that point. To respond to the chairman, like I said, I would be very interested to see some more specifics. As I told my ranking member a couple minutes ago, a wise person once said to me that the longer you give something to go wrong, the more likely it is that it will. And I believe in this bill very strongly. So that's where I'm coming from on that.
Representative McKenzie, followed by
Thank you,
Love.
Mr. Chairman. So what's being asked of us by you as the chair is that you would like some time to be able to look at some aspects of this bill, potentially come back. The situation we'll be in at that point is it could be potentially an amendment offered. We could reject the amendment and vote on the actual bill as presented. So we'll be in the same, basically, you could be back in the same position. I would, I would support the concept of allowing you and people that you're working with more time to be able to do this. We have some time to do this. I would say, in response to my colleague, the EMS system and the fire system and the role that volunteers play in that is an important role in New Hampshire. As a person who has spent 27 years in Manchester Fire, I would much rather see full-time firefighters. But the reality is, in many cities and towns, that's not possible. So this is a vehicle. As a professional firefighters, we worked hard to make sure that the volunteers live up to certain standards. That they go there. Many of them are going to school on the side and learning and getting certified. So it's a much different business today for volunteer firefighters. But I would support the concept of you taking a little bit more time if you need it, and then come back and we'll take a look at what your work is and what you produced. Thank you.
I got an order. Love, Colcom, Sullivan, and Baroudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd certainly be in favor of your proposal. The bill, to me, needs work. When Representative Adjutant talked about, a 2-day notice, these people don't have 20-minute notices, and for a small business, for a business with 2, 3, 4, 5 employees, that could have a devastating effect. I think it needs to be amended to have at least a minimum employee language in there. I could see it being good for a company with 25 employees, but not somebody with 5. And I'd be in favor of that. But as it sits right now, I'd have to be voting for an ITL on it.
Representative Colcom.
So my question that I would like to learn a little bit more about is, when you are deployed or sent out on National Guard or any other reserve, do you have the ability to decline that? Where I would say at the volunteer firefighter or EMS, they do have the ability to decline it. They may choose not to, and rightfully so, but I don't believe that it's a requirement that they have to go. Is that correct?
Are you asking a Representative Adjutant? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
It's not the same comparison. Close.
Representative Sullivan, followed by Baroudi.
Thank you. First of all, having served as chair of the committee, I understand that you as chair are not asking us, but you get to schedule things. So, and I know you're not a heavy-handed chair, but basically you get to schedule, and if you've decided to put this off, it's going to be put off. I get that, and that's fine. I would simply suggest that we proceed with caution because I wouldn't want the pendulum to swing so far that we end up with another 10-10 vote for different reasons. So that let's be careful as we go forward, because if you amend too far, people will withdraw their support for other reasons. One other point, I believe that most folks self-select with regard to volunteering or not volunteering for these roles. If you know you've got a job that won't tolerate being away on short notice, you don't volunteer. I would have liked to have been on the volunteer fire department in Grantham, but I had a job that would not have tolerated it. I was on the road all the time. I wouldn't have been available. I wouldn't have been able to get out for fire. So it didn't fit my life. So I never volunteered. And I think a lot of that happens. People know that my job is one where I can step away without the sky falling. So I don't think it's as big a problem as we make it out to be. But I also hear what folks are saying about there being a lack of volunteers. I hear that there's a lack of full-timers. So essentially anything we can do to bolster the core of volunteers for these roles, I think we should do. But let's pause, let's try to make it better, and let's be careful while we do it. Thank you.
Representative Barudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Half of the reasons why I spoke on the last bill is the same reasons for this one. I'm always ready to look at something and see if we can't make it better. One thing about, especially a small town, if I have a job that takes up a lot of time and I don't think I can serve, I won't serve. However, getting any kind of help, if your house is on fire and there's a couple of people who might be available, might be able to help out, you'd appreciate them if they were there. And if they just take themselves out of the game ahead of time, they're not going to be available. So I think anything we can come up with is probably better than what we have now. And I'm willing to take a look and see if you can come up with something instead of drawing the line in the sand today. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Drago, followed by Avalani. Drago.
I just want to share my own personal thought on this. Maybe that's something everybody can think about and figure out a way to make it work. I do agree about having a minimum amount of employees because taking away one employee when it's a two-employee business is a lot different than taking away an employee from, say, a Walmart who can shuffle employee around for a few hours. During the testimony, one of the big things they said, well, one of the selling points was that we didn't have to pay them, which I don't think most businesses would worry about that. Some probably would, but the big thing was that they might show up a few hours late. I own a landscape business, and part of that is snow removal. And my concern would be if it's snowing in the morning, which is probably when a lot of people might get called in for an emergency, that plow route possibly is not being covered. If Mrs. Smith walks out of her condo and slips because that parking lot wasn't cleared, who's responsible for that? It's probably going to be me as a business owner. I can't do anything about replacing the employee under this bill, but yet I can't perform my job, and now I'm liable. So I don't know how we go about fixing that, but that's going to be a problem for a lot of different employers across the state if this passes the way it is now.
I can't remember who. Thank you. Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a business owner, if the person leaves during the day to handle a call and gets injured, is the employer on the hook for workman's compensation, or
No.
is the fire department on the hook for compensation? And if they're injured, how do we handle that going forward if they're unable to perform their duties at work? Do we have to hold the job for them because they're on workman's compensation under another employer at the time, or is their regular full-time employer have to hold their job because they're on workman's compensation?
I don't want to get into answering for the Department of Labor. I do know the answers to some of those, but yes, yes, and no. Just so you guys understand what I'm looking at, okay? I think the time of effect of 60 days after passage, I just think it needs a little more time, maybe 120 days, something like that. Not a lot, just so the notification time for employers. Second thing, line 5, no employer shall discharge. 100% okay with that. Not discharging. Or take any other disciplinary actions. I'd like to work something where if someone's abusing the situation, they can be put on notice by the employer. Not a lot of things here that I'm looking for. A little bit of ability for the employer to say, hey, look, you know, it's just been a lot of different things here. You can't, you know, it's causing a problem to them to be able to at least have some kind of a say, but they can't be discharged for showing up to a fire or an emergency call. So those are some of the small changes I would like to make to the bill. We're not talking about a wholesale thing, as Representative Sullivan, you know, I'm not trying to put a poison pill in here. Okay, I don't have the votes to get you what you want. I don't feel good as an individual arguing against this bill on the House floor. And what good is it if I already know that there's going to be some roadblocks if it does pass by just a couple votes in the House and it goes to the Senate and it's killed. So if I can put something together that I can get a number of Republicans on this committee to go with, and I can, on the House floor, adequately speak on something consistent with what we normally do here in the Labor Committee, is to let the employers have a say when needed, then the chance of me walking over to the Senate and testifying that I'm in favor of this and getting this bill passed, because what good is it if we pass it here and it's not good enough to get passed over there? And I'm trying to think a little bit further, and my conscience will not be good killing this bill, knowing all these small towns need this service. That's all I'm asking. Any other? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly appreciate your laying your cards on the table. And I would support extending it and giving it more time to work that and maybe a few other things out. I was interested in the idea of a minimum number of employees, maybe 15. That's a number that's been used elsewhere for the Department of Labor. And so that might help get a couple more people on board. And also, I think the language does talk about it being emergency, not filling up the going to go. I see people driving the fire truck going to the supermarket. I don't think that applies here. That's the professionals that do that. So
without,
thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. Without Representative Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think, you know, continuing on the other odd situations that I could see coming up here is, you know, I'm not sure if canceling the balance of the shift would be considered other disciplinary action, which I could absolutely see happening in some cases. Whereas if you don't show up at the start of the day and you're supposed to, you know, join a crew and go jointly on a truck somewhere, if you show up late, you miss the truck. What's the employer supposed to do in that scenario? And so I don't know whether showing, you know, saying the employer saying, no, you can't show up halfway through the shift and expect us to make it work, whether that would be considered other disciplinary action.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to micromanage anything. I'm just going to try to make it so then people can discuss, you know, we do have a labor department to adjudicate some of these things. I'm trying to make it just allowable, so it's not so hard and fast, but I'm not going to keep going. I got two things, and we got a Representative Bouchard and Adigan.
As I'm listening to the discussion, I would hope that you keep in mind that this is a cost of having a volunteer fire department. I mean, if you choose to have a volunteer fire department, then you're going to have this problem. So I think the businesses should take that into effect about that.
Agreed. Representative Adigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel a little better having heard specifics from you. I can condone taking a look at disciplinary action line. I it's a little weird for me as far as what counts as disciplinary action. I can condone extending the days. I don't know. I wish we had squared this away before today. Because like I said, I like this bill a lot. I think it serves a valid purpose. I think it's fair for the salt of the earth individuals who serve our communities as volunteer firefighters. I'm annoyed about waiting, but I get annoyed in this building a lot. So I will begrudgingly accept a delay on the promise that the next time we exec, that we have a plan to exec this.
I will give you my word that the next time we exec, we will be execing this, and it will be something that I, whether my committee fellow Republicans agree with it or not, will be something that I'm willing to vote yes on. So that being said, thank you for the always spirited and polite discussion that we have here. I'm going to open the executive session on House Bill 182 FN. And I'm going to then recess executive session on House Bill 182 FN to be brought up at our future and last executive session. Representative Babalani, I see your.
Just a quick question. How do we?
We're going to have to ask our.
I think you don't have to do anything. It's just for calendar
There's no motion.
purposes, but.
Yeah. Representative Brody, you have. No. No, it's just been open and recessed, so no action was taken. Thank you. Got a couple minutes here. I'm going to step out. Anyone would like to take a water break? We're gonna get started here. It will be executive session hearing on House Bill 150. Call Representative Avalani for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL.
Motion on the floor is ITL, seconded by Representative Love. Representative Avalani, recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this has been brought up in the past. We went to 5, then we went back to 10. And I think this is just history repeating itself. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your last sentence.
It's history repeating itself.
Oh, thank you. Representative McKenzie, followed by, I'm sorry, if you wouldn't mind, Representative Sullivan, followed by McKenzie.
Thank you. I think we heard testimony that the number 10 number of people for a bargaining unit was arbitrary at the time it was put into the law. And I would acknowledge that 5 is somewhat arbitrary as well. However, having the number at 5 will open the door to collective bargaining for a greater number of public sector employees, and I think that's a good thing. So let's make collective bargaining available to more folks. Having done this work, I experienced going to getting a call from a group of employees who wanted to organize, and always having to tell them the first thing you've got to do is count to 10. If you can't come up with 10 bodies, you can't organize. And I think it would be a good thing if we could replace that statement with all you've got to do is count to 5. And I think that'll be more readily accomplished, and more folks will have the opportunity to have a say about their terms of employment through collective bargaining. Thank you.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm old enough to have been in the room when this law was actually passed, and I can attest to the fact that this was no magic number. 10 was just a number that was picked out of the sky. It was introduced by the gentleman that was representing the university system at the time. I had forgot that it had gone down to 5, and I'm not sure why it went back up to 10, but let's say in the federal environment, it's 2. 2 people can organize, and in fact, I had a unit in my office that had 2 people in it, and they were a legitimate bargaining unit recognized in the National Labor Relations Act. The problem with keeping the number high is that it disenfranchises people and takes them away from that opportunity that they would have to be able to sit down with their employer and negotiate a collective bargaining agreement. And if the law right now encourages people to bargain, and the law says that this is in the best interest of employees and employers in the state of New Hampshire, if that is the opening statement, and it is within 273, then there is no rationale for trying to keep people out of that system, which is what this does. Now, there are other ways that you can become a bargaining unit in the state, and here's the problem. If you're a firefighter in some town, you want to be with the firefighters. You don't necessarily want to be, and not disrespectful to the highway people or others, but you can organize units which are a collection of people from different sectors, as long as they have what's known as a community of interest. And that happens, and there are bargaining units, and I think that we heard some testimony about that. But if you're working in the highway department, you're working on the police department, you want to be in a unit that recognizes your specific needs that you might have. Firefighters' needs and collective bargaining environment is very different from a highway worker. And I think also, in terms of firefighters, is that there is a whole national organization that they are not able to participate in because they can't get in a bargaining unit recognized by the national firefighters. So if in fact the law encourages people to organize, if you look at the opening statement, it says to promote harmonious relations among employees, then the idea that we are taking people out using this arbitrary number is unfair. It's unjust. and it puts people in a position where they may not have the opportunity to bargain collectively and to have the chance to be part of of a unit that is able to sit down. And again, I have no idea why this number came. It was an arbitrary number. It's been in there. It's not, no reason has to be locked in stone, and it's contrary to what the National Labor Relations Law says. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we should, bring the number down. We should open it up so that people have the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard a couple of my colleagues talk about public employee organizing, and it's kind of representing it as an unmitigated good. And I certainly can see the benefits of unionization in some cases. I also recognize that there's a cost to it, and I hope that also isn't a controversial statement. And I am also have been here long enough that I remember the last time a change in this bill was made, and part of that had to do with the costs on very small organizations and how that might impact the taxpayer, which if there are costs, that's where the burden falls. In the previous bill, we just talked about how maybe if an organization is small enough, something that's a good idea for a larger group might not work for very small groups. And I just want to recognize that there are benefits and there are also costs.
Representative Love, followed by Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad that Representative Seaworth brought up the employer, the taxpayer. It seems an awful lot of times when we're talking about public collective bargaining, we forget all about them. Many contracts breed confusion. If you got a town yard with 6 different contracts in it, and the guys are going one way and another, and everybody's got different job responsibilities, what a mess it can make. Okay, the one thing that bothers me about this bill is, there's some language in here that's borderline not controversial, conflicting. That's the word I'm looking for. On line 13. For the purpose of this section, probationary employees shall be counted to satisfy the employee minimum number requirement. Then they can't vote. Okay, have it one way or the other.
Representative Love, that's already law. I think the only thing here we're changing is 10 to 5. So no disagreement with what you're saying, but it's not germane to
Okay. Yeah.
what we're voting on here today. I mean, you're free to speak on it, but anything else? I didn't want to cut you off, but I just wanted to, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to, thinking about my colleague, Mr. Seaworth's comments, I wonder if another possible downside would be that people would leave small or would not apply to smaller business opportunities sectors because they wanted to be in the union. They saw the value in that. And if I can't do it at 5, I have to find a place that has 10. We're struggling to hire people, and I don't know if we should put limits on this sort of arbitrary number.
Anyone else want to speak first or first time before I have someone speak a second time? Representative McKenzie.
Mr. Chairman, I know it's not a debate, but I did want to just point of order here. My experience with collective bargaining and a contract, contrary to I think what might have been said, is that it sets the rules pretty clearly. If you talk about confusion in the workforce, I think it's a workforce where it is not clearly defined, that there are discretionary things which occur in workplaces, that union environments don't allow you to do that. And I think the idea of having a collective bargaining agreement that clearly states the rules, that everybody understands, that everybody has agreed to, and that it is right out front for everybody to see, including the citizens. I think that that's a beneficial to the town, to the employees, and to the employers within the city, within the cities and towns. And I guess I'm a little taken back by the idea that collective bargaining makes it more expensive. That somehow that drives up costs, which I think I'm hearing in this discussion. I think that collective bargaining helps to level a playing field. It recognizes, when you go to mediation and other things like that, it recognizes the environment in which you work. It says, especially in mediation, you know, that if firefighters are in this town or that town or this town, you want some leveling of that. So, and I think collective bargaining helps you to do that because it recognizes the environment in which you work, and it gives you a target for cities and towns to go forth. But that said, in the end, it really is an agreement between the local town, the Board of Selectmen, or whoever is the Board of Aldermen, and the employees. And negotiations can be tough, and people in this room have been part of it. But it is a system that works. It has worked for many, many years. There are thousands of employees in the state of New Hampshire who work under collective bargaining agreements, and is a system that has managed to, I think, advance the interests of the cities and towns and the employees in the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I will say, Representative McKenzie, you always do a fantastic job supporting members of unions. I have no problem with people joining unions. I think it's fantastic. Go ahead. I think it's a great thing for this country. It's been a great thing for most of our municipalities. You have 100 firefighters and 150 police officers. Can you imagine what it would be like if you had to deal with a salary adjustments for each one's individually, like I have to do with my employees? It would be, you'd have 2 people full time just doing that. And so I have no problem with collective bargaining. I have no problem with people getting involved. I think it saves the taxpayers money by having one group organization to deal with, one set of rules, as you said, all those things you so eloquently stated that are so positive for that mechanism. This comes down to how many people, pure and simple, not all the other stuff that why unions are good or what have you. It comes down to how many people to provide this. We are not excluding people from joining a union or creating a union. There are mechanisms in place for under 10 to people to join together. It was stated very clearly in one of the in the testimony that individuals could get grouped together through another mechanism. It may not be perfect, but there is a certain cost to having 20 bargaining units in a municipality versus 10. Right? It's twice as much the time and effort cost to negotiate them. I think it's reasonable that I don't think it's reasonable to have units of 2. I think that you could have just a tremendous amount. I understand that's a federal law, and that's fine. This has nothing to do with not wanting people to join unions and be together and go collective bargaining, and you get better working conditions and leveling the playing field and getting better safety and all the good things that come along with it. It's a simple associative of cost and how many units you're going to have, and nothing precludes any one group of 1 or 2 from joining a union. They can join one of the other unions as well. Representative Baroudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been hearing about cost, and for the record, I was a member of a 2-person shop, and we were in a union. But one thing a 2-person or 3-person facility would do, it would make the foreman or whoever listen to what's going on. Many times, the people actually doing the work know best. They know what kind of equipment to buy. They know how to use them. And just because you're a worker doesn't mean you don't have good ideas. This would force management into at least listening instead of just throwing out a mandate and that this is just the way it's going to be. But if you're represented, at least you can get your point across on how something could be good, how something can save money, and maybe even save injuries. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There seeing no other hands, the motion on the floor is on House Bill 150 is in expedient to legislate. It's been moved, seconded in discussion. If you are in favor of the ITL, you'll vote yes. If you are against, you'll vote no. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Representative Prout.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Colcom.
Yes.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Tudor.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Baruti.
No.
Representative Cahill.
No.
Representative Di Silvestro.
No.
Representative Susie.
No.
Representative Bouchard.
No.
Representative Adigent.
No.
Representative McKenzie.
No.
Representative Schultz. Representative Nettie Wong.
No.
Representative Bayu.
No.
Thank you.
Chairman votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The motion fails. Is open for additional motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move on to pass.
Ought to pass by Representative Adigent, seconded by Representative Sullivan. Representative Adigent, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the bill and as such would like to pass it.
Representative Sullivan.
I've had my say. You know why I support ought to pass, so I'm ready to vote.
Any other comments? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is ought to pass. It's been moved and seconded. If you're in favor of the motion, you'll vote yes. If you're against the motion, you vote no. Mr. Clerk. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Seaworth.
No.
Representative Prout.
No.
Representative Love.
No.
Representative Boyd.
No.
Representative Bogart.
No.
Representative Colcom.
No.
Representative Drago.
No.
Representative Tudor.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Baruti.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative Di Silvestro.
Yes.
Representative Susie.
Yes.
Representative Bouchard.
Yes.
Representative Adigent.
Yes.
Representative McKenzie.
Yes.
Representative Nettie Wong.
Yes.
Representative Bayu.
Yes.
And the chair.
Chair votes no.
10-10 motion. You know the motion, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
I didn't hear the vote from Mazzaloni.
10-10.
Oh, I didn't hear you vote.
No.
Okay. House Bill, bill, House Bill 125 relative to youth employment during the school year and at night. Representative Seaworth, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move ITL.
Motion on the floor is ITL, seconded by Representative Prout. Motion has been moved and seconded. Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague to my right here expressed his frustration at times. I feel that sometimes with this subject. He also showed me how advantageous brevity is. And especially when we're getting ready to go to lunch. So I'll try to consider that less is more. Is I've made this motion, but I can also count to 10, and I know that my motion will is very likely not to prevail. And I'll quote the chairman, I do wonder what good it is to pass these things when we're just going to walk it over to the Senate and it has no chance of passage. This is a section of law that over the past 6, 8, 9 years, we have changed multiple times. I count 3, 4, maybe even 5 changes depending on how you look at the law. And those are actually bills that pass that change this law in different ways. That doesn't count the several bills that came to us and failed. That doesn't really think about that these went to study committees, they went to subcommittees, they went to retained bill committees. We've just put a huge amount of effort into the subject area, and I'm a little perplexed as to why, because it's not one of the big topics that we usually address. I I don't believe this is a good change to a law that just came into effect last June, and we really haven't heard any specifics about how the latest version of the law isn't working. I understand that there are issues with youth employment and always have been, and yes, if we ratchet up the law some more, we'll probably get even more issues with youth employment. What we haven't heard at all is if we change the law again, who will suffer? What teenagers will have trouble with employment because we've moved the law relative to their situation? So I just think this is too much too soon, and there's a lot of problems with the language, which again, in the last year, we went through a lot of this language. There were numerous amendments to change it. It feels like we've taken some steps back and forgotten what's been going on. So for those reasons, I've offered ITL. Thank you.
Representative Attitude.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I understand the point that the Vice Chairman was making, I would encourage the Labor Committee to not inherently factor in what the other body will do. As we all know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. But as it pertains to the bill, if I recall correctly, last year, the bill that we dealt with to deal with the night work provisions was a consequence of the intricate nature and the often confusing nature of the night work statute and the Rube Goldberg machine that monstrosity was at the time. And the bill that came before us was basically, well, this is hard, so throw it all out. And Representative Cahill has brought before us an opportunity to take a look at that situation and go, we were overstepping a bit in just throwing out the vast majority of night work protections. I personally believe that 8 p.m. is too late and is the cutoff, and I threw a little bit of a fit about that last year. So I am happy to compromise to Representative Cahill's position and hypothetical amendment on another hypothetical motion. So I would request that the committee not support this ITL and instead wait for something better.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Seaworth and I see some things differently. It appears we see brevity in different degrees. But let me say that I was here.
That was brief for him.
Yeah, I got you. I'm going to do, I was here for some of those changes. I was here when that monstrosity came about, and at the request of a particular restaurateur, and it was agreed that that was a mess. And when the former Senator Hennessy brought us a bill from the other side, it was about expanding the number of hours from 30 to 35. There wasn't anything about night hours, fixing it. That was something that was done in this committee, and I think it was an error. I think it was too far. And so what I've done in this bill is to come up with really pretty good language that describes when people are in school and when they're not. And they can work later on a Friday night until midnight, or Saturday until midnight, or certainly during their school's vacation week. But 9 o'clock, that's really quite enough. And we've also learned, I think has been, kind of shown to us that the Labor Department is not out there looking at the time clock and making sure that 9:01, we're going to nail you with a violation. That's not how we roll here in New Hampshire. So I think this is intended to be better for our students and easier to follow for our businesses. And there is still a small fly in the, in the current language where somebody could work up 48 hours if the was only 4 days in the school week. So we do need to do something, and I think the language I have here with a minor amendment will take care of us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bouchard.
My big concern about the bill is trying to figure out how a student can go through their academic requirements, their extracurricular requirements, their social requirements, and work more than 15 hours a week during a school week. However, I will support this bill because it makes a bad bill a little bit better for me and for students. Thank you.
Representative Colgan.
I will be supporting ITL on this bill because I do not feel that we should have to designate a specific time that students cannot work beyond. Not everybody attends public school. And each family unit may be different. So some family businesses may be open past 9 o'clock and they may want their children and allow their children to work past 9 o'clock. And they may feel that their child can handle that appropriately. And I think it's the parent's responsibility to manage what hours, given hours during the day, that their child can or cannot work. I have nothing against the restriction of how many hours cumulative during the week. I do disagree with us mandating that they must be done at 9. The other thing is there may be some internships that are available to some of these students who are focusing on a specific career path that work beyond 9 o'clock. So this may give them an opportunity to get involved in an internship to help with their career path moving forward.
Representative Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had discussions about this, and I do understand the desire to allow parents to parent. But there was a former speaker of this House who once told me that sometimes we don't make laws for the many, we make laws for the few. And during the public hearing on last year's bill, I'm so mad at myself that I forgot to write this answer down, because it was the best example of a question that I asked where I got exactly the answer that I was looking for. And it was from a representative of the Department of Labor. And in researching the bill before us that created this situation, I asked the representative, I can't remember if it was Mr. Ogden or not, but I asked, does the Department of Labor get complaints from parents? And his answer was approximately, yeah, we do get calls from parents who are concerned at how late their children are working. And those parents will often say, well, I don't want my kid to lose their job because I think having employment is good for them. I think it provides them the opportunity to gain some responsibility and a little bit of finance expertise. But then those parents get put in the situation of not necessarily wanting to go to war with the employer because they're concerned about what other jobs might be available for their student if they lose that. And even outside of the gaining experience and responsibility angle of it, there are, unfortunately, in 2023, still families where the students have to work because they're helping to support the family. I think it's a good baseline set of protections. There are families where they have the ability to say, you know what, your employer wants you working until 10 p.m. You're not doing that. We're pulling you out of that because they don't need the kid to work. But other families feel differently and would appreciate having a little bit of that state backstop to say, well, now it's not the discretion of the employer or the family. We're removing that consternation entirely and just saying 9 p.m. they got to go home, they got to go to sleep, they got to do their homework, and just removing that from the equation entirely. So that's why I'll be supporting a further motion later and not the one before us.
Representative Bogert, followed by Susie.
My thought would be is in New Hampshire, you have a lot of family-owned businesses. And in this situation, like in restaurants and stuff like that, where the mother and the father run the business and their children help. They help bust the tables, they help wash the dishes, and they help in all different manners. Now, in this situation, uh, does this remove them from being able to work in their family ran business? And in that situation, I have to ask, why would we take a family run business and say their children can't work for them?
You, I'm trying to keep it right here. Representative Susi was next. Are you just going to answer? I don't know if that was a rhetorical question or an actual question you want answered, Representative Bowert.
It was rhetorical, but if there's a good answer for it, I'd appreciate it.
All right. I'm gonna go off script here, but Representative Cahill, you can answer, followed by Representative Susi.
I'm certainly open to correction, but my understanding is that the New Hampshire Department of Labor is basically complaint driven. So in the case of the family business, unless the kid is, making an anonymous call saying that I've been forced to work here, I'm chained to this table, I don't think this is going to be an issue here in New Hampshire with a family business.
This is not a debate. What would you like to state, Representative Bowert? No, I'd like everyone to speak, but I don't want to have a debate here. This is everyone's, go ahead. So go ahead.
If this passes and what Mr. Cahill indicates is true, then we're asking them to break the labor laws by not following the laws. Even though no one's calls and complains or not, that's still an act of breaking the law.
You mind, Representative Susi? Representative De Silvestro.
I was going to ask the labor board to clarify. I thought when it was a family business, the children are allowed to.
They are. They don't follow the same rules.
Okay, so we need to clarify that and not throw that in the conversation.
They don't need to have parents for permission from their whatever, like the school and whatever. So there's a different rule when they are family members. Thank you, Representative Susi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to support the ITL, and it kills me, and I've told my good friend Mike Cahill, I support some of the bill. The hours get me. And for the reasons of, I agree that parents should be parenting. And if they don't want their children working after 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, then they don't take the job. But I will say this, if anybody believes for 1 second that a 16, 17, 18-year-old is leaving work at 9 o'clock and going home, I have news for you. All right? They're going out, they're playing PlayStation, they're doing whatever. Okay? That's realistic. So again, I'm not gonna support the ITL because I told my good friend Mike Cahill that I would support him on this, even though I do not believe in the hour portion of the law. Thank you.
Representative Avalani, and then Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All of the ideas here today have been on topic. Last year, we also changed the age that employees that worked in a pouring establishment could work in that establishment. I think we changed it from 18 to 16. And I think that this would affect those people that are now in those positions being able to work till 1 a.m. in the morning if they so choose, or if the parents so choose, or past 12 o'clock on Friday and Saturday or Sunday nights. We changed that law. We need to give the businesses the ability to schedule those employees that have come to rely on that position. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, Representative Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's been a lot of focus on jobs that require you to show up in person. My high school job was computer programming. I could do it from home. I don't feel the need that you have to clock out at 8:59 when I was already in my bedroom typing away. Just now I can't be paid for it anymore. And we have to understand that the law we're considering doesn't distinguish between those situations at all. Thank you.
I think you guys would find it surprising that on Labor Day, sometimes I used to pick potatoes in Amherst. And that I used to work in high school in a deli and spit chickens and stuff like that. And there were certain hours, but it all came down to it. It was parental, what my parents said between my schoolwork and my athletic things. And then I had a daughter who became an LNA while she was a senior at Central. And that required her to work till 11 o'clock at night during school nights because that was the program that they had. That was the only thing available. So when it all comes down to it, to me, I wouldn't let my child work after 10 o'clock at night on a school night because that's my choices and my wife's and I's choice as parents. So I don't even agree with the length of which you've changed this. And we have to think of all these different things. Me picking potatoes or me working at the deli or you working behind the computer at 10 o'clock at night and all these other things. And yes, I do understand fully, Representative Adjunct, that unfortunately we do make laws for that very small percentage. And where we continue to try to bite around the edges of this and try to make something perfect, we don't have a perfect society and we don't have a perfect situation with employment. And while I respect the attempts to do so, I think you've gone too far, Representative Cahill, in this, and I wouldn't agree as a parent on that, believe it or not. I wouldn't let my children work, nor did I to some of those times. While I applaud the efforts, we made some significant changes last year. Nothing that everybody liked, but some people liked some didn't like the other. But I have to, in my mind, that the parents have to make decisions, and I don't, and you know, sometimes a parent's going to run afoul of the owner, but I can't make a perfect law. There's no such thing. The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate. It's been moved, seconded. If you are in favor of the motion, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Representative Prout.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Colcom.
Yes.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Tudor.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Barudi. Representative Cahill.
No.
Representative D. Silvestro.
No.
Representative Susi.
No.
Representative Bouchard.
No.
Representative Adjunct.
No.
Representative McKenzie.
No.
Representative Nettie Wong.
No.
And Representative Vayu.
No.
10-10, Mr. Chairman,
Chairman votes yes.
and thank you.
The motion is not successful. It's open to further motion. Representative Cahill, you recognize.
I believe I mentioned during the introduction of the bill that mistakes are sometimes made. And Ms. McGraw has brought to my attention a mistake that I made in that original language, where I said that much to your disdain, that the people could work until midnight on Friday and Saturday. Well, I didn't say midnight, I said 12 a.m. And 12 a.m. Friday is actually what happens a moment after 11:59 p.m. Thursday. So this amendment, which I hope we can be unanimous on, does change it to no later than midnight on Friday and Saturday. So I would like to move ought to pass as amended.
Motion on the floor is for amendment number 2023-0328H. moved by Representative Cahill. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Adigent. It's been moved and seconded. You have the floor if you'd like to,
Like,
motions on the table.
And I know we're getting late for that lunch that some people are going to, so I think I've already made my point as to why this would be helpful.
Seaworth?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a little confused, though 12 a.m. on Friday is midnight on Friday, I would think. So this is so is 12 a.m. on Friday really midnight on Thursday, or midnight 12 a.m. on Friday is midnight on Saturday? That I understand the reason for the change. It is a little less confusing. What I don't understand is how it changes the substance of that sentence.
The intent is the same, but the language is better, is clearer, so that it won't be, well, how do I feel about 12 a.m. on Friday? How do I interpret that as compared to how someone else might interpret it?
You follow? You all set?
I guess I have the same question about if we don't know what 12 a.m. on Friday is, how do we know what midnight on Friday is? Because to me, they mean the same thing.
Just a moment. Representative Cahill, who brought this to your attention?
Would you like to clarify? Would that be all right with the chair?
Yes, please.
So yeah, I brought it to his attention because my husband's in the military, so I'm part of the military. The 12 a.m. would actually be 0000, which is the start of Friday. So if you wanted to go to 23:59, which would be 11:59 on Thursday, you jump over to 0000, which is first minute on Friday morning. So I brought to Representative Cahill's attention that it should be at least clarified in a way that it should be Friday night into Saturday and Saturday night into Sunday is what the intent was.
Thank you. Representative, Representative Love, you had your hand up first, and then Representative Adigent.
Yeah, just for clarification, are we voting on just the amendment or OTPA?
Just the amendment. Representative Adigent?
Mr. Chairman, could I be indulged to ask 2 questions of Representative Cahill?
Yes.
Representative Cahill, is it true that the Department of Labor often looks to legislative intent as well as the specific language of the text of legislation when making determinations?
Thank you for the question. I believe that is correct, and I believe that if something does go to a hearing, that's a lot of factors are taken into consideration.
Follow up?
I concur, yes.
So, Representative Cahill, if I were to hypothetically say into a microphone and on camera that the thing that you're aiming for here is for 11:59 p.m. on Friday, and then the next minute being midnight, that being the cutoff, and the same thing on Saturday, could theoretically the Department of Labor look at this exact moment in future videos and say that was Representative Cahill's intent for this language as to decry any confusion?
Thank you, Mr. Adjutant. Yes, they could, and I'm sure since it is on YouTube, it could be presented as evidence.
And I would again concur. All right, this the motion is to in favor of Amendment 2023-0328H, brought by Representative Cahill, seconded by Representative Adigent. Thank you. If you are in favor of the, I will just state, I will, before I go this, I apologize. I will support your amendment. So if you're in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. If you're opposed, nay. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
I'll be voting yes. Representative Prout.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Bogart,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Drago,
Yes.
Representative Tudor,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan,
Yes.
Representative Barudi,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative Di Silvestro,
Yes.
Representative Susie,
Yes.
Representative Bouchard,
Yes.
Representative Adigent,
Yes.
Representative McKenzie,
Yes.
Representative Nettie Wong,
Yes.
Representative Bayu,
Yes.
and the chair.
Chair votes yes. Chair recognizes Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to move ought to pass on HB 125 as amended.
Motion is made ought to pass by Representative Cahill, seconded by Representative Sullivan. Representative Cahill, you're recognized to speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we are striving for perfection, or at least that which is clearly understood and beneficial to as many people in the industry and the working public. This is protective legislation. And, you know, if I think back to my 16-year-old self, there might be a few things I'd like to tell that person so that they would not do some of the things that they did or didn't do. We certainly rely on parents, and we also rely on employers to be responsible and not to have people working late into the night. And yet I do sometimes see those violations, not for a minute past or 3 minutes past, but lengthy violations and some certain other violations too. So it does happen in the world, and I know that this is probably not something that happens with the association's members, but again, we are regulating all the people who hire young people, and for that reason, I am voting ought to pass.
Another, I think everyone knows how they're going to vote. If you are in favor of the motion, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed to the ought to pass, you'll be voting no. Clerk, you may call the roll.
Yeah, one second, Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
please.
I have been so corrected. The motion on the floor is ought to pass with amendment. If you're in favor, you're voting yes. If you're opposed, no. Thank you, Representative Di Silvestro.
Mr. Chairman, a quick question?
Yes.
So we would have to move OTP in order to have the amendment. So the last motion would be OTP, but with the adoption of the amendment, and then we would go to OTPA.
We passed the
I'm
amendment.
I'm just looking on here for what we need to fill in, because it says OTPA or adoption of amendment.
The first vote was the amendment.
Correct.
Okay, the second, this would be ought to pass with amendment.
Thank you. Just make sure I have it right.
Yeah, that's all right. You got the hot seat today, not knowing
Yeah, I
how to
do,
do
thank
this,
you.
so I appreciate you doing it. So,
No worries.
because I didn't want to do it. Representative Wong didn't want to do it. Representative Seward didn't want to do it.
Yeah, we're passing it on down.
Sullivan didn't want to do it.
Representative Seaworth.
No.
I will vote no. Representative Prout.
No.
Representative Love.
No.
Representative Boyd.
No.
Representative Bogart.
No.
Representative Colcom.
No.
Representative Drago. Representative Tudor.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Barudi.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative Di Silvestro.
Yes.
Representative Susie. Yes. Representative Bouchard.
Yes.
Representative Adigent.
Yes.
Representative McKenzie. Representative Nettie Wong.
Yes.
Representative Bayu.
Yes.
And the chair.
No.
Thank you. 10-10, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there any other business in front of this committee? Thank you to our folks that filled in today. Thank you very much for your service to the Labor Committee. We'll have subcommittees this afternoon, and you'll be hearing from me one more time for a scheduling of our final executive committee. Please have the committee reports to Representative or to me or Representative Sullivan by Monday, please.
And, Mr. Chairman, the report on HB 561 will be adjutant. The report on HB 150 will be myself. And the report on 125 will be Cahill.
Thank you. I'm sorry? No. All right. Thank you very much, folks. Go to your, go run over to the, get your lunch. Thank you. As always, thank you, folks, for a very courteous debate. Hey, who was the sponsor?
We'll open the subcommittee on HB 232 FN for the OSHA standards. We're not doing it, Mr. Chairman, right? Is that- Sure, please. Representative Sullivan.
Okay, here we go. The subcommittees are typically informal, and I think we would like to maintain that tradition. So give and take within the committee and within the folks who are here to share their thoughts and expertise will be welcome. Two issues that came up during the hearing that I think warrant well, let me back up. The chairman wanted to have this subcommittee to make sure that any issues that need tweaking or adjusting are taken care of and don't become impediments as we go forward with the process. Because I believe that the chair and the members of the study group from the summer are committed to getting these safety standards in place. And if there's something that we need to manage in order to make that happen, we'll do our best to manage that. So with that, the two issues that came up that I think are worthy of addressing up front were concerns about 28A, unfunded mandates, and also the effective date. And I've discussed that with Deputy Commissioner Ogden, and if the Deputy Commissioner is available to come to the mic, that would be fantastic.
Good afternoon.
We can start with the 28A, and I'll start with it because Representative McKenzie was kind enough to do some research on this and did find a Supreme Court case that dispelled the idea that any additional costs that happen anywhere, anytime due to a change in a program would give rise to a 28A issue. New Hampshire has been doing safety inspections and has been implementing safety standards for many years. And what this bill will do will make more clear what those safety standards are, because essentially the OSHA standards have been sort of the de facto standards here without them being officially in place. With that said, Deputy Commissioner, go ahead.
Yeah, so in terms of, I think this issue has come up in the past. When I say this issue has come up in the past, is typically when we've talked about our safety standards or our enforcement of those standards, we have oftentimes come across questions related to 28A, specifically the department's ability to compel compliance with things and how compelling compliance in certain instances attributes costs or puts costs upon municipalities or cities and towns. In terms of, I'm not Representative McKenzie, the specific citation, I don't have that off the top of my head, but I am aware in a general sense of the fact that what 28A is talking about is new or added costs or added programs not previously contemplated or not previously in place. As I've said in the past when we've talked about these safety standards, it's absolutely arguable. Someone could say that when you put new standards in place, you're adding costs, and in adding costs that are unfunded, that presents constitutional problems. That argument could be made. The argument was made when we put reporting requirements in place into RSA 277 a couple sessions ago. Similar arguments were made, but now you're adding new reporting requirements in terms of these cities and towns are going to have to comply with these. That might incur costs. Is that a constitutional violation? So that's kind of a long and tortured way of saying that this has come up in the past. It's something that could be challenged or could be, people arguing about it or making their concerns known. As you say, Representative Sullivan, that RSA 277, which the department has enforced, for some time, it does presently require that public employers provide a safe workplace. It does presently require that public employers put in place safeguards sufficient to provide a safe workplace. And again, that's where I think that there is some sentiment out there that, okay, is this truly a new change, or is this just added or more explicit underlining or outlining of what those requirements are? Again, I do think it's something worth talking about, thinking about, because it ultimately could be challenged. But again, this is something that's come up and been talked about in the past relative to our existing application of law.
Do other members of the subcommittee have questions or thoughts along those lines? Yep.
Do we need to do this in law? Is the department able to do and adopt these mandates without us telling you to do that?
In part, and what I mean by that is that my earlier testimony when the bill was initially introduced, I did reference the department's existing use and application of the general duty clause. So under RSA 277, there's specific statutory authority for the department to say to employers, you need to provide a safe workplace. That's also put in law in RSA 281A64, where again, public employers are told that they have to provide safe employment. Because the department can require safe employment and has some rulemaking authority relative to those requirements, we can put in place standards that say you need to do this, you need to do that relative to your operation of your organization. I think where the department sometimes struggles is that in order to go through rulemaking and to say, okay, we need to adopt, this whole litany of standards, there could be questions in terms of whether are what we have in place already sufficient? Do you truly need to extend beyond what's in place already? So could we pass regulations in addition to what we presently have without this bill? Yes. Would we be able to pass the whole host of standards that are present in place under OSHA? I'm not sure. I think that you could see challenges to that relative to an overextension of authority.
So you could do part of it, but let's say there was an accident on a bridge that the state was taking care of. Would you reference, if you didn't have a reference in your rules or anything relating to bridge safety, would you be referring to 1910 or OSHA standards in that case?
No, without this change, what we currently do is if we investigate a safety incident or we're doing an inspection and as part of our overall safety audit, we see something that seems unsafe, but we don't have a particular statute or regulation exactly on point, we would cite what I would refer to earlier as the general duty clause. The general duty clause says public employers are supposed to provide safe employment. They're supposed to put safeguards in place. That's what we would cite now. And then we would have to have that discussion over what that is. At times, we do look to 1910 because we say, okay, that's something that's out there. At other times, we just look to more general, even if it's not specifically in 1910, if there's like an industry standard that's out there and seemingly has widespread adoption, that might be another thing that we reference under the general duty clause. But again, presently, without those safety, without 1910 specifically or explicitly adopted, we're citing the general duty clause, and then we're kind of backing into, in order to meet that general duty clause, the employer should do the following, or should account for the following types of things. So sometimes we're looking at 1910, but we do not have that as a specific standard right now.
Could you adopt that without us telling you to do that in those certain instances where it's not easily defined within your current?
Through administrative rulemaking, we could attempt to do that.
Thank you. And when you mention the industry standard as opposed to general duty, is that the private industry standard or the industry standard?
Yeah. When I say industry standard there, I'm talking about just, what commonly is happening, that if people in that field would, you go to 100 job sites, that's happening at all of those job sites.
So let's just say it's a lack of safety goggles.
Something like that. I mean, again, those would probably be specifically within a 1910. We even have something on safety eyewear. But yeah, something like that where it's just generally widespread adopted throughout the industry or industries.
Thank you. And then for the implementation. Oh, sure. My apologies. Yeah, that's right.
Yep, you got it.
Oh, there we go. Just out of curiosity, because this question came up, I think, to myself and Representative Sullivan. If this was to become law, are you familiar with NFPA standards? National Fire Protection Agency standards?
Yeah, I've heard.
So,
Yeah.
under this because I know there's some concern probably with smaller departments as to the 2 in, 2 out rule, which is an NFPA standard, but I'm wondering if this would apply under the OSHA standards, which basically in a nutshell says that if there's 2 going in, which is the standard, there has to be 2 outside. And there are some exceptions to the rule, but I'd have to go back and see what the exceptions are. I don't know if you have an answer for that.
I could look at that specific issue.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, I'm not aware. But
All right, thank you.
You'd have to have 4 firefighters or 4 members of that department to allow 2 to go in the building? Or,
If there's 2 going in, there's got to be 2 outside. NFPA 2 in, 2 out, correct? Yeah, but
I think there's a distinction here between OSHA and
that's what I'm trying to find out.
Okay. As there is between OSHA and prison. They have their own separate standards.
Okay.
I did have a conversation with, and I wish I could remember his name offhand, Mr. Chairman. Hi. Do you recall who the gentleman was from the fire? I don't know if it was fire chiefs or exactly who, but I think he called you or contacted you, and he actually called me. Do you recall?
I do not recall the name. I recall getting the message. I recall passing it on to you. It was from Bedford, the Bedford police chief. That's who it was.
Fire.
Bedford Fire Police.
And basically the conversation we had was that apparently this 2 in, 2 out is somehow embedded in the OSHA standards. And, he felt that it was a rule that was sufficiently exceptioned that if a firefighter showed up, if he was first on the scene and no one else was showing up and he saw a kid waving their hands out the window, life in danger, that firefighter would do what needed to be done. So I'm not an expert on it, but that's how it was explained to me. So I'll leave it at that because I have nothing to do with firefighting. Anything else on 28A from the committee or the audience for that matter? Okay. Oh, yep, sorry.
Did you read the letter that came in from Margaret Burns
Yes.
from the NHMA?
Yes. Let's move on to the effective date. There were some concerns raised at the hearing about if the effective date is 60 days after passage, that on the 61st day there would be violations being cited and fines being doled out across the state. That's probably an overstatement of the concern, but that's probably the extreme view of the concern. Deputy Commissioner, could you enlighten us as to how the department would deal with the expansion or the more specific standards that the OSHA 1910 would provide, and how the department would operate on the 61st day, the 82nd day, the 90th day, and so on? How would you operate? How would you deal with public sector employers and the build up into the 1910 standards?
So in terms of practical implementation, upon the effective date, so if you reach day 60, that would be the existing standard. Any inspection following that date we would be seeking compliance with those standards. And what I mean by that is it's not that if on day 60, then we immediately open up an inspection on every city and town in the state all at once and say, okay, you guys are behind and here are the fines and penalties. Rather, our practice would remain the same, that we're following up on petitions, we're following up on injury incident reports, we're following up on complaints. And when we follow up on those things, we apply the applicable law. So again, day 65, we would be saying, okay, here are the existing standards. We would be looking at the 1910 standards. I don't imagine our practice would not change in terms of remediation. And what I mean by that is most of our safety inspections, they're kind of, if there are findings, it's the beginning of a process. And what I mean by that is when we find that there is a violation or something that needs to be corrected, it's then working with the employer to say, okay, what's your plan for coming into compliance? There are some instances, if it was an immediate threat where, you have something that's likely to cause serious harm or injury in the immediate, we could say, okay, that has to stop all at once. That has to be corrected all at once. But many times what you're dealing with are things in which we're seeking corrective measures or an adjustment of actions or ongoing operations. And that's something, again, where we typically look at it as a remediation period. So in terms of if you're asking how would this roll out, upon effective date, those would be the applicable standards. That's what we would apply in the context of an inspection. When we cite something, we would then be seeking what's the plan for remediation of the employer. And some of these plans for remediation, they can be somewhat elongated because we do understand that there are things that have to happen before corrections can be made. So when we work with state agencies or we work with cities and towns, again, we're coming up with, if there's problems, here are the problems. What is a solution, or what can you guys do to come to the solution? And then how long is that going to take? And we're looking for reasonableness in terms of a plan. We don't want to say, okay, they're going to wait 3 years, but we understand that it's not 3 days.
At what point do the fines come into play?
So typically what would happen in the context of an inspection is if we cite something, there might be an initial assessed penalty where we'd say, okay, here's some type of penalty that is held in abeyance throughout that remediation period. And again, really the fines, it's not a revenue generator or anything like that. We typically don't really fine the cities and towns or other state agencies. It's just something that is, like I said, it's ultimately out there, typically held in abeyance through the remediation period. If we had no follow-up or follow-through, or if we've had repeated violations where, a city or a town has not done something and then we are back there and they're still not doing it, that's where there might be penalties. But again, typically the penalties are put out there in order to incentivize or induce compliance.
Is it fair to say that your process with regard to safety violations is more of an educational one than a punitive one?
Yeah, that's the hope. I mean, again, certainly I don't view our safety program as something where we're generating revenue. We don't see the penalties as a revenue generator or something like that.
So let's say we put this through this year. So typically all the bills would be done by the end of June. Would you be ready to go on September 1st to enforce all these?
So this was a discussion I think we had towards the tail end of the study committee. There would certainly be a learning curve for us, but I do think in terms of what we'd apply, yes, we could, I think going forward, we'd be in a position to say, okay, anything we come across, here's the standards we're going to look to. And to be fair, it's something that we've had our inspectors looking at probably for the past 2 or 3 years, we've increasingly looked towards OSHA standards for a variety of reasons. But that's a long way of saying that I think in terms from enforcement or understanding what we would be enforcing, yes. I think we would have to do a lot of work in terms of putting together educational materials. I don't think that's something where I think that we're not there yet. And what I mean by that is if an employer came to us right out and said, give us good documentation for training, that's something that we would have to work towards developing. So that's where I think the most work would be, is in terms of the department developing educational tools to hand out or provide. I think that would be the biggest thing. But in terms of enforcement, I think enforcement, we would be able to say, okay, we understand what the standards would be.
So if we, maybe we put a lead in, say that the bill goes into effect, yet there's a 12-month lead in for educational purposes or anything else before fines or fees or something else goes into effect, or, because we have a lot of little towns that already got, this month are gonna pass their budgets, and they're not gonna have ability to do much change before next March, or even the following year if there's not an issue that's found during that, preceding the budget season. Could there wording that you'd like to see that there's some type of lead-in for educational purposes? And I have a follow-up. Would the department want to fund some of that educational purposes, or would they need an appropriation?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, we'd be happy to provide any training that we could provide. I think I referenced in my testimony for the initial bill, this is not envisioning like setting up a consultancy program. That's something that we're not setting up, that I think would require additional funding. Again, I in terms of putting in a lead-in period, I defer to you guys in terms of what makes sense for that. Again, I would highlight the fact that when it becomes effective, I don't know. I would defer, I don't know how cities and towns or state agencies, even for that matter, would necessarily best be situated. When they're going to start looking at this stuff, if they start looking at this stuff. So again, I defer to you on whether there's benefit to a lead-in period.
And I guess I want to be clear that if there's a good reason to modify the effective date, I, for one, feel like that's fine. We should do it. And I think as a subcommittee, we need to talk it through. And frankly, what Representative Avalani is talking about is would be far better than just simply saying the effective date is 1 year after passage. Because if you say that, then the day after the 1 year is up would be just like the 61st day if you had a 60-day effective date. So I think if something's going to happen to make folks more comfortable and more informed about any more specific OSHA 1910 standards, that sounds good. But if all people are going to do is wait because it's not happening yet, and nothing happens for a year, it's just a year wasted. So that makes no sense. But I mean, if I can see an upside, and I hear what you're saying about the fine, that basically you put a $2,500 fine or some fine in place at the front end of a violation, and then never collect it if people are diligent about coming into compliance. Do you think it would be more comfortable for the public employers if that fine wasn't there? If you simply said, the inspectors were directed to inform all public employers of what the new standards will be, with no action, no punitive action possible until after 1 year is done. Do you think that would be of value?
Possibly. Again, I do think that I think that possibly that could make folks more comfortable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There seems to be the only two issues that come up against this in my opinion, is a fear of not understanding and a cost. So, trying to think back from all the things you said, most town meetings are in March. If you enacted a bill that becomes law June 1st, 2024, you have in the latter part of, because, you know, let's be honest, it's going to get passed. If this gets passed, and it's June, right? We're sitting here in June. And from September to December, the Department of Labor does some roving road shows and to explain what 1910 is for some, what things will be required. It gives them also time to put their own rules in place, because they're, you know, we send them a law. Congratulations, have a good day. Someone's got to figure out the rules and what they're doing. It allows people in the latter part of the year to know what, if anything, they need to purchase. That can be part of town meeting, and then they can acquire what they need, learn how to use it, and it becomes effective June 1st. That they would have to be doing this. I like a timeline like that. I'm not sure we need to actually put anything into the statute to state that they can't find anyone for a year. I have, maybe I'm off my rocker here, but I have a lot of faith in the Department of Labor that they're not going to find anyone in the first 6 months as they're trying to work their way through this. Unlike other states, our Department of Labor is more of a teaching mechanism department to get these people to do it right the first time. I think if maybe they went to a municipality, they continue to not do something for a year in a row, and if they stopped by 3 times, they would probably do something. So I don't know if I want to put that in the. Well, you could make an agreement with the commissioner that we don't want them to do that.
Well, and my intent wasn't to say there will be no fines, because I think Rudy would readily say that for egregious violations of current standards, the department would be right on top of it and would take whatever action is necessary to make things safe. But if we made the implementation, I think what you're suggesting is make it a year out.
Right. And it also allows us to do this. We pass this thing in June, or the governor or whoever signs it or doesn't signs it in June, and they have these road shows in the latter part of the year. It allows for a situation where something comes up that we didn't know. Whoops, we didn't see that thing that, you know, I've tried to read that voluminous thing. Geez, it's better than a sleeping pill. And I'm still reading it because I want to know exactly what I'm asking people to do. We then have the first 3 or 4 months of next year, if we have to tweak something before it goes into place on June 30th, if you will, of 24. And if there's something, let's say we find out there's something in there that none of the towns have, and the only place to get this thing costs each town $25,000. We may have to, scratch our head on something like that. What do you call the confined space? The lifts that have to be in the outside and pull someone in. You guys know what those are called? Mark? Tim?
No clue.
So if anyone goes in a confined space, you have to have this harness on them, and it has to have a tripod outside where someone's there to pull them up and all this other stuff. Those aren't cheap. I don't think they're exorbitant, but that's the best example I can come up with right now of something that could be a 910, that if all of a sudden we find out through supply chain issues, no one can get them.
But one would hope that if they're that important and for safety, they've already got them.
One would hope. So I'm just saying it gives us a timeline, and it gives a comfort level that we have 90 days to get the municipalities on board to find out what it is, for people to come back to us and say, yeah, this is okay, but this is a problem. If we have to make a change, we can in the first quarter of next year. but implementation as of, June 30th of 24. I don't care what you do with the fines. That's up to you guys, what you feel comfortable with.
So I agree with just about everything he said, the exception of the date. So I would go July 1st because of schools.
No,
So
June 30th.
June,
No, I'm not, what is it? What are you gonna
July
give me a
1st.
day?
Yeah, a
Really?
day.
I'm kidding, honey.
July 1st because of schools. School budgeting, I think most of our schools, if not all of our schools, and their fiscal period ends on June 30th. So, to get it into their budget timeline properly, July 1st would be the date.
Because quite frankly, I want to hear, I'm the Hillsborough guy, Hillsborough County, and during testimony, where's the lobbyist? Hillsborough County, either nursing home or whatever, said this is going to cost us an exorbitant amount of money. And just in case we're wrong on something and someone else is right, it gives us that wiggle room.
If there was a supply chain issue for 200 towns getting the same piece of equipment and numerous state agencies, would there be some leeway with that? With the department and say everybody's ordering, just say safety goggles at the same time, and there's obviously going to be a shortage if 200 towns are looking for 5 or 10, 20 pairs each, and they can't get them for 4, 5, 6 months. Will the department work with them on that as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the facts of each case we'd have to look at, but in a general sense, the department always tries to work with folks, and we understand, practical and, reality. We understand that there's limitations sometimes in terms of what's realistic. I only caution by saying fact intensive, because we would want to look at, and if there's a certain problematic practice that, someone was going to be, potentially, losing a limb or their life, and it's like, okay, but, we can't correct that until we get this piece of equipment, we would probably say, okay, well, there's not going to be a penalty, but that activity should stop. You understand what I'm saying? Is we would, we certainly work with folks, but there might be instances in which you'd have to say part of working with them would be, okay, no penalties, and we'll let you take some time to come into compliance, but the activity itself has to stop or be edited in the interim.
So let's say there's some safety bar on a transfer station before they throw their trash into the compactor. Would the department give them leeway to fix that, or they would shut down that compactor because there was a missing safety bar?
Again, in most instances, there is leeway provided. The time where there would not be leeway provided is if it's looked at as like an immediate or emergent life or limb type scenario.
Thank you. And some of the 1910 require certifications in certain areas. How would that apply to, I hate to say it, current contracts that you already have with your employees? Would there be additional negotiations that need to take place because certain employees need to have certain certifications because of a supervisory role or just the type of job that they have, things of that nature?
Yeah, ultimately, you'd be looking for those individuals to get the proper certification or licensure to perform those activities. And does that end up potentially resulting in some type of adjustment relative to those employees? Possibly.
Yeah. So the question I got was if there is specific testing that needs to be done, and let's say the person that's supervising the transfer station just can't pass that test, and they happen to be on a collective bargaining thing, or they're part of a union, would the employer be able to make that change without violating the CBA because they can't pass that test because of the implementation that we did?
So, I mean, again, that's a highly specific example. In a lot of instances, I believe I see where your question is coming from. I think a lot of times, though, that even within the confines of a collectively bargained agreement, there's some understanding that job duties might change. And again, that's a very specific example. I can understand where the concern is coming from.
Having dealt with collective bargaining agreements and changes in the law, I'm aware that if the laws change and make something in the collective bargaining agreement in violation of the law, that piece of the collective bargaining agreement is null and void. I mean, I remember back when I was first starting to negotiate teaching contracts, smoking was a thing in schools. And I was very grateful when the law was passed saying smoking indoors will not be a thing. And we stopped filing grievances over teachers not being allowed to smoke. So that was a happy day for me. But I would suggest the same thing would happen if there's something in a collective bargaining agreement or past practice that's in place that becomes in violation of the safety standards, then the standards would trump the contract.
I would agree with that. I think where I'm somewhat with Representative Avalani's question is I do see that there could be scenarios in which someone has a job, their job is in the CBA, their SJD's been approved, and now you're saying they might have to do this additional thing. And if they can never do that additional thing, what happens to their position or what happens to their job and things of that nature? Those sometimes things like that I can imagine coming up, but that's a highly specific example. I don't off the top of my head exactly know how that would shake out. Typically, the employer does have the wherewithal; they have to meet their obligations with the law. So, I believe there'd be some allowances for that, but.
The question that came up was cost as well. There was thoughts of adding an FN to this for a, sorry, not an FN. Adding a distribution out of the general fund to offset some of the costs some of these municipalities and towns would have. We can't do that now. The department allocate some funds for educational materials. And I know you broached that, but and other materials as well, if they had to rewrite their employee manuals to incorporate some of these standards or personnel manuals, stuff like that, would the department be amenable to offsetting some of those costs if there was a process where they could say, hey, you know, we don't know how to write these, can you help us?
So we would certainly, we would certainly be willing to assist any public employer in terms of doing that. In terms of actually providing dedicated services or costs, we're not presently, or reimbursement. You know, if someone wanted to hire someone to do it, we're not presently set up to reimburse for those costs. When I say not presently set up, we don't have a budget line right now where I could basically have a revolving fund saying, okay, submit your expenditures and you can be reimbursed. We do not have that. That's not set up in our present budget. In terms of providing assistance, we'd be happy to provide assistance. If someone was asking, you know, for us to review things, asking for suggestions or things of that nature. But I understand that that's more informal and not as comprehensive of what you're speaking to. But in terms of what you're speaking to, we're not presently set up to do that.
Would we be able to, given that this is a budget year, would the commissioner be able to do that outside of the budget? If this plan was to come in and let's say we were doing it in 24, would he be able to ask for a revolving fund, but maybe fund it with some of the monies that the department takes in to a certain amount and, you know, be reimbursable for 50% of your cost for implementing this program or something like that? Something like OSHA does when they have their plan is they rebate some of the costs. Could the department do that on their own?
I can ask, I mean, in terms of off-cycle setting up lines or new lines, I can ask what the ability would be to do something like that. I also don't know in terms of, are you envisioning, you know, reimbursement capped at a certain amount? Or I guess I would want to know perhaps more about the parameters relative to it. What I mean by that is it something where they could come in and say, you know, we need X $1,000 for what? So is it for any added cost? Is it for consultancy costs?
I would probably say just related to the implementation of the program, whether it be employee manuals, whether it be offsetting some of the costs for larger purchases, for safety equipment, things like that, up to a certain amount that the department would be willing to do that. I mean, if it's, they could cap it at 10,000 per town, or 10,000 per department, or, you know, 100,000 total, or $1 million total over the life of 3 years, or, obviously we would throw around some numbers down the road, but I don't know if that would be something that he would be interested in doing without legislation. If you know where I'm going.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think we would need legislation. Like I said, I will ask about whether through fiscal committee action outside of the budget would it even be possible, like next year. I can ask about that. Long term, I ultimately think if you were going to try and set up some type of fund like this, you would want legislation to basically say, this is what the fund is, this is how it's funded, this is how requests are made of the fund, this is how requests are processed. So ultimately, I think you would want legislation for that, but I will ask about this off cycle. You know, is this something we could go to fiscal, you know, next year and say, you know, can we move money from this line to this newly established line? I'm not sure what the options are for doing that outside of the budget development that we're presently going through, but I will ask.
Thank you.
I know we've got someone here from Administrative Services, who I think has been trying to flag down my attention. We also have Susie Nord here from National Kosh. I know she's brought some materials for the committee. Do you have questions for the? Yeah. Why don't you go share a mic with the Deputy Commissioner?
Yeah, he doesn't bite.
Hi, how are you?
I'm sorry, I don't remember your name.
That's okay. My name is Joyce Pittman. I'm the Director of Risk and Benefits with the Department of Administrative Services. And as the service agency for all of the agencies in the state, and I'm going to just be really honest in this casual environment, we would need to assess what that exactly means. I think we have some state agencies that are more advanced in what we're talking about when we say OSHA, and we have others that aren't. So I would have questions like, who am I going to work with in agencies? And I'm not saying that we don't, I'm not against any of this employee safety. We also run the workers' compensation program for the state. So anything that protects our employees, we're for it. But we want to do it right. And what I see is the Department of Labor is working this way to try to get us to ensure we're doing it right and provide that consultancy and education. But we want to be prepared for them. And we own that. All of our agencies need to know, okay, I have this new regulation I have to comply with. Where am I now? And where do I need to be? Who am I going to dedicate for my staff to do it? Do I need to hire an external consultant to come in and teach us? What do I need to do? And when you were talking about the leeway, I think that's a great question, because I'm thinking the same thing, but I'm thinking, and I'm not even sure what the municipalities have for staffing to make this needs to be a big deal. You know, it has to be a priority, and I think we're all fairly thinly staffed with people doing their regular jobs. To add this, not that it's not important, but they need to know what they're doing. They need to have the budget. They need to do it strategically. So they're checking the boxes and then working in conjunction with the Department of Labor. So we meet in the middle. Do you know what I mean? Like we want to do it right. We're going to raise the bar and get there. What do you need? And then for us, being the service agency, what do our agencies need? How far off are they? Some of them may have these harnesses. Some of them may not even realize they have confined spaces. Isn't that a bigger challenge? So, and I think we do work with the Department of Labor now. We do work on these things. So I don't think it's the Wild West of unsafetyness, if that's a word, out there, but you're putting more standards in place, and we'd want to do it right.
Right. And I guess that was the point I was thinking of making, is that it's not as if are no safety standards now.
Correct.
There are safety standards. Some of them being sort of unwritten safety standards creates an unfair circumstance for any employer or employee. If it's not written, but you're expected to live up to it because it's unsafe, and it would fall under the general duties clause, then this should be a great help to people. And I think if we give some lead-in time, which I think is, I'm getting comfortable with that idea, that would provide the agencies, the municipalities and so on, some time to work with the Department of Labor, to work internally, to figure all of this out. And again, knowing that we're working with our Department of Labor, not somebody else's Department of Labor, and knowing how they operate, that they come in and they're a fixing organization, not a, punishing organization. So I think we can make this work, especially with that lead-in time. And I'm hopeful.
Right, and you see what I mean by coming in the middle. Like the agencies and the municipalities, the towns, they have to figure out what's expected of them. We can't solely rely on the Department of Labor to tell us what that is. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that is one issue in terms of we are happy to try and work with anyone to educate them, but we're not going to necessarily have the opportunity to give everyone here is everything and explain what each piece of it means. How that oftentimes comes up now is in the context of you're doing a safety inspection. You're like, okay, this was off. But that's where I would agree with what Director Pittman is saying in that, yeah, we're not equipped to tell everyone, and I don't think we ever will be, to tell everybody in every city and town, here's what everything means, and here's how you're going to do it, and like, so there'll be no problems.
Just hire another 300 people and be all set.
Yeah. No, so I think that's a great point. Yeah, and I also would say, there are agencies right now that do have dedicated safety staff in place that are doing that. Other agencies, you are having it done more as a HR function or a director of administration type function. So it does differ. And again, I would defer, the municipalities, I imagine, is also somewhat where some have like a whole safety sector and some don't.
Well, and I would imagine that some agencies have fewer safety concerns. If most of your folks are office workers, then there's not as much of a safety concern as if you're operating heavy equipment.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're different concerns. And I think that, there are certain agencies where I would say the host of our traffic, at least relative to inspections, takes place.
And oddly, if you look at our workers' compensation claims, our biggest offender are slips and falls.
Yep.
The parking lot. We all have those.
Yep.
The question I have is, the state does its own bridge work on some bridges. We all drive over them. What standards do they follow now?
So Department of Transportation, I mean, there are some other, but I'll speak specifically to the Department of Transportation. They do follow, they look at industry standards, best practices, things of that nature. They have dedicated safety compliance folks. If you talk to the folks from DOT, they will tell you most of their folks have some connection or background to OSHA. The folks that they've hired are familiar with OSHA standards, and that's typically what they're trying to apply.
Would it be fair to say that most of this would hinge on DOT employees and not really office workers per se? Police, fire have their own standards. Would this?
Yeah, so in terms of, I mean, I think that I would say I don't think that the 1910 standards themselves are going to present a whole host of like new added complexity to the office environment, the general office environment. I would agree with that. I would think that a lot of the more market changes are probably related to work site type activities. I believe that that's generally true. And then with a lot of the municipalities and stuff you're talking about, they have tool sheds or different tools they're working with, where again, we might see that in some of our agencies. They have, where they have folks doing that type of work. yeah, that's probably where the host of the impact is. I don't think that it's a huge market change for the general office worker.
And this will be my last one.
And
Um,
Can I just add to that,
Please,
though?
yep.
When I said that we're over the state and I said we're the Department of Administrative Services, I don't mean that we only focus on the administrative services that are in agencies. DAS also manages all of general services, so we are the facilities workers in all of the state-owned properties across the state. And there's a lot of different safety implications of that type of work when you're doing the construction and all of that involved in these buildings.
So from the facilities aspect, you would have on-staff electricians, you would have on-staff plumbers, you would which also follow their own electrical code, plumbing code, HVAC, and everything else. Would the 1910 increase those standards, or would it be basically mirroring what's already in place?
For us, that's the analysis I would want to help them do. So I can't answer, I think.
Yeah. There's so typically, again, how an inspection would work now is if we went into a city or a town or a state agency and they were doing their own electrical work. And that's important because a lot of times when we go into places, they've hired a contractor. And if the contractor is a private employer, we're not doing that at all.
Right.
But if we went into a place where they're doing their own electrical work, we would certainly leverage the electrical standard, the standards for doing electrical work. We would look at that. But then there's more generalized, what do you do on a work site? What do you do like if you have things hanging? What do you do if you're that with 1910, I do think you're going to see some changes to those. Again, more of to Joyce's point about people doing work and construction. Yes, there are and when I say work and construction, not only building buildings, but like putting up a wall or digging a trench, things like that. 1910 would affect that.
So, I know I'm going over your time, I'm sorry. So if you had a private employer come in to do the same job that a public employer is doing right now, they would be held to two different standards.
Correct. I mean, if we're going to like a municipality and they've hired an electrician and the electrician is not their employee, that's not governed by us. The only time that sometimes it comes up, and I'm not trying to get into the weeds with this, but if the people who work in the office are like going through that job site, we would look at it and say, okay, that job site has to be in some way secure and safe for the municipal workers working around it, but we're not dealing with the electrician that's the private entity.
Understood. Thank you.
Well, watching the time and knowing that Ms. Nord is here and has brought us some materials, would you like to address the group? The other one starts at 2:30. So.
Thank you.
And this is all of. I don't think anybody wanted to get that packet buried. But basically.
Could you do the mic? I don't know if we're on TV or not. I'm not sure if we're being YouTubed or not. Maybe we are, maybe we aren't.
All right. Well, so basically what I did, my organization manages a listserv with about 2,500 industrial hygienists or people with, public health backgrounds, especially the occupational aspect of it. And I put out a question about what does it cost a public employer to implement a health and safety program that would be OSHA compliant. And there is no good answer for that for the reasons which have pretty much been discussed here. It really depends on which employer you're talking about, how far along they already are, what they're doing, what things they outsource, what things that they do themselves. So I even went as far as I've tracked down a professor at the University of Indiana in Pennsylvania, who did a report similar to the one that we did last summer, who did do some state information at the state level, talking to their administrative services, probably compatriots, and chose a handful of departments. That report isn't publicly available, so I wasn't able to get it, but I will say that there's a link on there that's not available online. The one for the Massachusetts report, there's a copy of it that I just gave Representative Sullivan. If anybody would like it, my email is on that paper. There's a table with maybe 10, 15 examples of injuries at a state department. One that they mentioned was a trip and fall, and what the remedy would be under OSHA. And for example, the trip and fall one, I happen to remember, it's kind of weird that you mentioned that, was that they were recommended that they paint wherever the thing was that the person tripped on, so that the actual cost of remediation to be in compliance with what OSHA would say they do was some paint and the time to paint it. I'm not sure how helpful that is in terms of getting something actually started. However, I do know that before I lived in Concord, I lived in Candia, which is your prototypical small town. We had a road agent. I think most of his projects, if he couldn't do it, were subcontracted, so then they weren't part of this, wouldn't be covered by this. But I will say that we also, because we were such a small town and the selectmen, it's not a full-time job. I was on the planning board. I didn't know a whole lot about planning until I became on the planning board. But we sort of have a contract with, at that point it was Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. And I believe this is the kind of thing that select boards and towns do if they're small like Candia, is the municipal association. If you're a member of the municipal association, they keep you up to date on changes that you need to know about. So that's part of how Candia, as a small town with very minimal budget, very low taxes, and we were proud and kept them that way. But that's how we did it, was that we spent the money to just do the bare minimum that we needed to do. And so this, for a town like Candia, there might be some jump in what they would have to do, but they're also so small, they don't even have a Department of Public Works. They have a road agent. And truthfully, I would be interested to know how a road agent is covered by this or not. So is he an employee of the town if he's an elected official? So there's all kinds of questions, and I understand why you are all asking them. I will say that if you want to get to a number, you're never going to get that number. We could fund a study, and somebody could go to all 400 towns and cities, how many school districts, how many public services like police, fire, every state agency. Is that really going to happen? I don't think so, and that's the only way to get the number. So what I've given you, to get back to what I gave you, was all of the financial information I was inundated with when I put this question out, which doesn't actually answer that question, but it does tell you why this makes good fiscal sense, why it is good public policy, why it's good for the employees, and why you should ultimately be moving in this direction. And I will defer to everybody else's opinions on the other aspects, but I did want to let you know that the cost is the cost. If you do a cost benefit over the life of the public entity, it's going to be a good investment. The upfront cost, it really depends on what they're doing now. And there's just no way to know. So.
Thanks a bunch. My watch just gave me a message that said, no, I'm not. We are on TV. So, so someone is watching on YouTube and informed me so. Thank you for the information. I would just point one thing out that I noticed right off. There's one of the links refers to the benefits of the OSHA on-site consultation program, which I understand is a great program, but it does not come with this package.
No, it does not. However, I wanted to make sure that everyone knew what a great idea it was and why we really should do that. And I think it would answer a lot of the issues that we've had about startup costs and what the department can do. So, but that's for another bill, obviously.
When we decided to do just adopt OSHA standards rather than create an OSHA state plan, the consultancy program would have come with the OSHA state plan, and basically we made a decision not to go that route at this point. I'm predicting that somewhere down the line, whether it's 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years, someone will, a light will go on in somebody's mind and say, isn't there federal money that comes with a state plan? The answer is yes. And they will say, shouldn't we go after that? And we'll see what the answer is to that question. But I think this is a good start. I think the 1 year lead in will relieve a lot of anxiety, allow a lot of good things to happen over the course of that year, and allow the department to work with employers, allow the employers to work internally to figure out where they're going, what they need to do. And I think that'll work out. I'd like to hear what other members of the subcommittee think on that.
Given the, given the testimony and the amount of time it might take, would the 18 months be better? Because it seems like there's a large ramp up at DOL and then having to get it out to all of the town, cities, and state agencies.
I think Representative Holcomb made a good point that the fiscal year for schools and not schools and towns are, yeah, right. It's July 1, so I think putting it halfway through the year would be awkward. So I think, you know, having it implement at the beginning of a fiscal year might be better than having it implement halfway through a fiscal year. And again, I frankly wouldn't feel awful about it being a 60-day implementation because of the way our Department of Labor works. People are not going to get whacked over the head the minute this takes effect. Giving them a year to ramp up and get ready, I think sounds like a fine idea. Rather than 18.
Chairman,
What's that? Yes, yes.
Ms. Nord, could you answer a question for me? Maine just did this a few years ago.
Yes.
Do you know what their cost was to the towns and municipalities?
Maine is an interesting case because they already had so much of this in place before they actually went ahead and got OSHA compliant. And so basically what they ended up doing is, I believe it was Governor LePage. Is that the one that was in a few years before the current governor? He somebody educated him and said, so we're already doing this training. We're already doing all of the inspections. We're already doing all of these things. Why the heck are we not getting the federal funding that we're entitled to for doing this? And so they took, I don't know, it took them a year or two because since they had a lot of regulations, they had to sort of go back and forth and say, here's what Maine does, here's what OSHA says. How do you reconcile those? And so there was some time in that, but ultimately it saved them money.
Specifically, they had adopted the OSHA safety standards as we are attempting to do now.
They had done that, but they also had a bunch of other things in place. So they sort of cherry picked because they have a longer history of putting in regulations sort of piecemeal, like something would come up. So they'd put in a standard that they would enforce. And so it happened sort of organically up to a point, and then they just sort of embraced the rest of the OSHA standards. And then at a certain point, they were like, well, we're like 90% of the way there. Let's take this last 10% and get the money. And then what they did is they end up getting 50% of what they were spending. So it actually saved them, what, 40%?
Right.
So I can't put a dollar amount on it. I'm sorry. I know that the deputy commissioner has been to Maine. He might have a better idea of that than I do.
Need to go back to that 18 months versus the year. The schools right now are putting together their budgets for the 24-25 23-24 year. So if we put this so that it becomes effective on July 1st of 2023, we're already making them have to expend money that they didn't budget. So I would think that this should really be July of 2024 so that it can be properly budgeted. Some of these schools have pretty large maintenance departments, and some of their maintenance departments are taking care of the HVAC equipment, the maintenance on the HVAC equipment, as well as ball fields. But we just had our deliberative session in Hillsborough for the next budget. It's done.
I think you got me lost there on the dates.
May have gotten
Talking-
myself lost.
Yeah, originally they were talking about July of 24. Okay, that's a year, that's the end of the school year. Okay, I thought that's what we were talking about, not this July.
So the budget we just put together was what, July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. So we have to make this effective after June 30th, 2024. So you're correct in that.
Is that what you were thinking?
Pardon? I want to do it before this group of people is done.
Yeah.
I think it should be in place in this session.
And I think if there are budgetary issues that come up that can't be covered now, the department will work with school districts as they have in the past to say, if you don't have the money in your current budget to make this adjustment, we'll work with you. But I'm uncomfortable putting the entire thing on hold for 2 years. That's a long haul. And so I think they'll be okay if they can't make the appropriation until
Next year.
June of 24. But I think it's important to have these standards in place before then. I think give folks a year to get comfortable with the with the standards, and if they need more time to make appropriations, the department, as we've heard, will allow for that.
We're increasing taxes. I mean, we're increasing taxes for our property, for our residents.
We're increasing safety, and by increasing safety, money is saved in the long run. The OSHA does studies on this all the time, and they find that their safety programs don't cost money, they save money. Maybe not immediately, but they do save money.
Did you want this till 25, June of 25? Is that what you were thinking?
No, you were correct. I had
Okay.
my dates off as far as the scheduling of which budget was happening now versus then. So,
And essentially, what this bill will be signed into law, if we get it past everything else, in June of 2023, which means it would take effect in June or July 1 of 2024. So it actually
Puts
does,
us in
it
the right
does work.
timeframe.
It does work.
but I don't disagree that safety. I'm not against implementing safe practices. But to say we're not increasing taxes because we're saving money because it's reducing incidences and everything else, that may be true in larger cities or in different areas, but it may not be true in a lot of these small towns that don't have a lot of claims and they don't have a lot of incidents. So how are we, we're increasing taxes for those towns to adopt to the OSHA 1910 standards when they may not have any claims or they may have minimal claims.
I just wanted to ask, because the comment was made that Maine was 90% there before they adopted these standards. Can somebody in the room answer the question where we think our municipalities are or departments are in relation to that number? Nobody know?
We're under the Department of Labor safety standards now. So essentially, it's not that we have no safety standards. We have them. Some of them are unfortunately more vague than they should be. Some of them aren't written into the rules at all. And when challenged, they fall back on the general duties clause. So we have not adopted the OSHA standards. Maine did. I think what we're trying to do here is to do the same thing Maine did, so that we can get up to the 90%. And it's not, again, that we don't have any safety standards. We do. We're just trying to make it more specific, more clear, more fair, so that when an employer gets called on having unsafe conditions, we're not falling back on the general duties to say it's just not safe and you should have known better. You can point to the actual standard and say, here's the standard, here's what it says specifically, and here's how to get up to snuff. So I know Mark was. Thank you. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to put this discussion in context, if I might. And again, this is
Give it a
maybe
try.
history lesson for some people, but in 1993, Governor Gregg at the time came to labor and came to management and basically said the workers' compensation system is in trouble. We were at a place where nobody would write insurance in the state of New Hampshire. So he convened a group of people to get together. And from that came reforms to the workers' compensation system. And this speaks to the cost issue for employees, for employers. And as part of that consensus opinion that went forward to the governor and that was eventually signed, there were some major changes made in the workers' compensation system that affected workers in a very big way and lowered costs to communities. Number one was we went from 66 2/3 when you were injured to 60%. Major change. We went from 350 weeks of duration of benefits to 262 weeks for duration of benefits. Major change. Part of the deal we went to managed care. We went to return to work policies were put in place, and part of the trade-off for that, and those who were around during that period of time will keep reminding us every time we bring up go from 60 to 66 2/3, they remind us that there was this deal was cut. Part of that deal, the cornerstone of that deal for labor, was that we have comprehensive safety and health programs within our workplaces. We traded off big to get these kinds of programs. So when employers say that we're concerned about the cost, we're paying for that. The employees are funding many of the costs of those safety and health programs with reduced benefits. Major savings for employees. Now, I can't put a number on that, but I can tell you, having served on the Workers' Compensation Appeals Board for more than 20 years, there were many cases that were hundreds of thousands of dollars that I saw over the course of the years were major savings to employers. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration and entered into the record. So what we were asking for at the time, we want a safe workplace. And I was looking at a report that came out from the monthly labor review. And they also said at the time that and I didn't remember this, but there was also a safety incentive program in which was supposed to be a discount from on the insurers if there was a safety and health program in place. And that was noted in the main. So one of the things that I'd like to know is, in fact, are these incentives being translated into reduced costs to the employers at the time? So that's a major. I just want to make sure that goes on the record. And let me just say one other thing. We stopped as a Department of Labor asking for certificates of compliance. We only required them to do it once. It used to be every year they had to file certificates that they were in compliance with the law. We did away with that. So they only had to file one slip. Now I pulled Hillsborough County. I went right to NOLO. I pulled their plan. They haven't filed anything with the Department of Labor for years because they did one time. And I'm looking now for the other departments which in Hillsborough County, because I don't know where the safety plans are for a number of different departments within Hillsborough County. So I don't know if I don't know if the ball was dropped. I don't know how much oversight there is in these safety and health programs now, but it was an important component for employees. And we gave up a whole lot of stuff to get to where we are. So that's what we need to say that. We need to understand what happened. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I got to tell you, I'm a little befuddled today. I'm befuddled at the lack of people here in the audience for the subcommittee because of all the complaints about the cost that this was going to bring, and there's no one here to talk about the cost. There's no one here. A young lady from the Municipal Association left. Well, where if you have a if you have something to say, don't sit there. If you have a problem with the cost associated with this for your members, that seemed to be the big, Avalone, Representative Avalone and I were talking about this. You're talking about it, Representative Colcom. Is this a 28A issue? What's the deal? What's this going to cost? It's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars for the bigger cities. I guess no one has a problem with the cost. Well, your choice. This is an open forum for everyone to speak, but I've heard Zippo a little bit about the costs associated with this, and I'm just kind of surprised. I think it's a game going on with lobbyists in Concord right now. That they really don't care what's going to happen in the House because they don't have any faith in it. So we'll just deal with it in the Senate. The amount of people who've come and testify in front of us is the smallest amount I've ever seen in any years I've been in this committee. So I guess there's not an issue here. If you want to speak, you're welcome to speak. But apparently there doesn't seem to be any hue and cry if there's a financial issue associated with this bill.
Thank you. I provided a letter last night that was in follow-up to my testimony from the hearing relative to the costs.
And that was received.
Okay, excellent. I just want to touch on a couple of things because one of the issues that was asked during the hearing was whether a reduction in workers' comp claims could sort of offset any costs that municipalities would see in response to this bill being filed. And so what I did was I reached out to Primex, which is the prime main insurer of workers' comp for schools, counties, village districts, towns, cities, et cetera, to find out any anecdotal information or data they could give me about that. And exactly the same as what was stated previously by the Department of Administrative Services, the primary driver or the primary cost of workers' comp claims relates actually to slip and falls, which usually has to do with footwear choices and rushing and carrying things that are too much. And that was the information that I got from Primex. So they were not able to give me information that would show that this would decrease workers' comp claims enough to offset the initial costs of getting up into compliance. I'm not able to give the subcommittee any specific costs, as I was not able to do during the hearing as well. But what I understand the costs would be, compliance costs, could be legal costs, it could be hiring additional staff. There's been reference to small towns. Who would they designate as the safety person or the safety officers? Many of them might need to hire additional staff in order to do that. There could be legal costs. There could be costs relative to infrastructure upgrades or acquisitions in order to come into compliance with 1910. And so there's just a litany of costs that we know would be incurred. We just can't give specific numbers on what those would be until after coming into compliance has occurred. I appreciate the conversation of the subcommittee talking about delaying the effective date in order to educate or to bring along the public sector with respect to the 1910 standards. And there's been conversation by the subcommittee about how an investment in safety in the long view can lead to decrease in costs and obviously benefits to public sector employees. I can't disagree with that, but I would suggest that state implementation of state policy should come along with state investment in that policy to make it done right, to make it effective, and to make it last. And so there's been some conversation in this subcommittee this morning as well, or this afternoon, we've hit the afternoon, about the idea of a fund that would defray costs or something along those lines. And that gets closer to where we would need to be to ensure that our cities and towns, especially the smallest ones, can come into compliance. I appreciated the testimony this morning about how a small town like Candia would look to the New Hampshire Municipal Association to keep them updated on changes in the law. I can say that NHMA would be happy to be able to provide this kind of comprehensive guidance to our members, but this is a complex expert area, and there's only so much we can do with the general guidance we provide to all 234 cities and towns, as well as the village districts and many of the counties. So that is really a reiteration of the letter that I submitted. I did try to look into some of those items for the committee, and those continue to be our concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So am I understanding your testimony correctly that the largest number slip and falls? And as far as the largest number of claims and money, so is that saying then that we really have a small percentage of other incidents reported? To the,
Sorry, I didn't want to cut you
That's
off.
okay, go ahead.
I don't know the answer to that. I just tried to get a sense for if additional standards like the 1910 standards went into effect, would that really address the lion's share of claims that drive workers' comp costs? And the response I got to that was no. As far as more granular data about, well, how does it break down then? And how would increased or expanded standards affect the different types of claims we see? I don't have that kind of specific data to share, unfortunately.
So are we trying to fix a problem that where there isn't one? I mean, in maybe doing it in smaller steps might be easier. I mean, is there a specific reason why we are going this route now?
I would say the reason we're doing this is because we want to have the specific safety standards that are being often put in place through the general duties clause as part of New Hampshire statute. Because the deputy commissioner during our study committee readily acknowledged that there are substantial gaps in the Department of Labor safety standards, and that those safety standards have not been updated in any of the 10 years that he's been here. So we were due to be to fix our safety standards, and the most effective way of fixing it, in the opinion of the study committee, was to adopt the OSHA standards, which over time will be reviewed. That's what OSHA does every year. They review their standards, and as they get reviewed and updated, rather than New Hampshire having to do it, which we haven't, OSHA will do it, and we have by statute adopted the OSHA standards. We will have updated standards every year going forward.
Okay, so as I said, I think earlier in some of our hearings, you know, I'm for the safety. I mean, I come from the construction industry. I understand the importance of it. I absolutely believe that we should be making sure everybody goes home every day in one piece. But I'm wondering if we aren't biting off more than we can chew in this one bill. And I'm saying that only because I'm new. So with me being a first-time rep and having not read the entire 1,133 pages that was sent to me, I'll admit to that. You know, I'm wondering if we're taking too big of a step on this, and if maybe we should do this in increments.
I think what the study committee concluded was that too big a step was to take on the state plan. And that basically, let's take a smaller bite and adopt the safety standards, let our Department of Labor implement it and oversee it. We won't really interact with OSHA directly. We'll interact with the Department of Labor that we're used to, and frankly, as we've been discussing all afternoon, who are involved in fixing safety standards, not punishing safety violations. And so essentially, we'll have the standards, we'll have a department that acts reasonably with public employers, but I don't know how you pick and choose which safety standards are more important than other safety standards. We presently have no electrical standards in the Department of Labor standards, nothing for electricity. So there, well, but to choose that over everything else, I don't know that I can do that. So basically, we did decide to go light and not do the state plan. It's not, I want to do the state plan. We're not, and I'm okay with that. I think this will work. I'm also conscious of the fact that we're past 2:30, and we've got another study, not study, but subcommittee that's supposed to start at 2:30. I would suggest, though, that we've not reached a conclusion. I think we're moving towards one, but I think another meeting of this subcommittee would be prudent, so that we can finish our work. And I suggest that we set that time now, so that we can put it on the record. People who have an interest will know of it, because if it's going to be next week, it won't be in the calendar. It only requires 24-hour notice, but I'd like to give them a little bit broader notice than that.
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
Yes.
to Representative Colcom, there were actually 3 different parts of OSHA compliance that we could have enacted, and then the biggest one, which is the full boat, which Representative Sullivan and I disagree on going that route. But the 3 things, picking this general conditions, was about as minimal a step we could go. To some would say we didn't do enough. This was a great way to take the Department of Labor, who hadn't updated their things in 10 years, a very simple step, and one of the least, we thought, least obtrusive to people that it would affect. Mr. Chairman, if I might ask the individual who testified just now question, what I would like to know is if the municipal association is against this bill passing as is with the timeframes that we've outlined. I'd like to know specifically why and what you would do to make it palatable.
So
And you don't have to have an answer right now, but if right now you are, as an organization, talking to your members and they're saying, we do not want this passed, and you're going to lobby against this to other state representatives, I'd like to know why and if there's anything we can do to fix that.
And I will not give you an answer right now specifically, but what I will say, Representative, is that I think NHMA has its policy positions that are adopted by its membership. Every 2 years, we have like a town meeting where we adopt our policy positions. But we also have a 25-member board of directors made up of local officials, and we take specific bills to our board of directors, including when bills are amended or changed, to discuss the issues with our board and to discuss specific positions on bills if they don't fit neatly within our policies, or if the bill has potentially been amended to make it better than it was for us than when it was originally filed. So I am happy to bring this bill to my board, and it's actually already on our agenda for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking at a future meeting, what is our time frame, Mr. Chairman, for
our time frame is the 3rd week of March. We have to have our final executive session to get rid of our remaining 4 pieces of legislation from the Labor Committee. I don't want to wait to the last week, but that is our drop dead deadline.
Looking at next week, we've got, I wouldn't want to do it anytime before Thursday, because there's going to be all the build up to a massive 2-day session, and which would leave only Friday. I don't know if there's a stomach for having a subcommittee meeting on a Friday.
Is anyone here in this room participating here going to be away for the school vacation week? No.
That makes more sense then.
Well, I mean, some people may not be here, but excuse me, they can watch or they can bring people here. You're right. I don't want to do a marathon 2 days next week plus a Friday. I would rather do it the week after.
And if I'm not mistaken, Representative Avalani, Monday through Wednesday are not as easy as Thursday, correct? How about we do Thursday next, the 2nd? Yes. Time? Does 1 o'clock sound okay? Morning's open. Why don't we do 10 o'clock? Or is 10 good?
Lino? Okay.
10 o'clock on the 2nd.
Yeah, okay.
We'll fix it. Yep. That's what we do. Take care of what? Excuse me.
So we had this amendment drawn up. We received information from an attorney who went through the bill, and she proposed some ways to make it better. And of course, now I can't find her thing. Here it is. She pointed out that when in the original bill, that we should prevent any employment discrimination, including demotions, reduced hours, reduced pay, not just termination based on a registered patient's use of medical cannabis. And second, the language should be clarified to ensure a person who is registered as a patient cannot be punished for either for their status as a patient or for testing positive. So those things are addressed in the amendment. The third point that she was making was that where the drug screening tests are required for the safety of persons and property at the job site should be eliminated, because testing for metabolites is not ever necessary for the safety of a person on the job site. And she went on to state that this is not in statute in other states that have these types of protection. So that would make it a unique carve out, I believe, that we might even shoot ourselves in the foot if we left that clause the way it is now.
I'm confused on that point. What is not in other statutes, and which foot are we shooting?
I'm so sorry. I am on the wrong part. Could you restate the question?
You said something about a piece of this is not in the statute in other states. I'm not sure which piece you were referring to.
Actually, I'm not looking right at it now, and I'm sorry to say that. Testing, I'm going to go ahead and read what she said. Testing for metabolites is not ever necessary for the safety of a person at a job site. Metabolites do not show a person is impaired, and they stay in one system for 30 days. Most states do not have any similar exception to those words in the bill where it says where drug screening tests are required for the safety of persons and property at the job site. And she suggested that should be eliminated. And so that's what one of the things that the amendment does is eliminate that language. She had a final point as well about the amendment, and that was that there should be explicit exception for if negative action is required by federal law or regulations of federal contract or licensing requirements. And so we added that to the end where it says this section shall not apply in cases where this limit conflicts with the employer's obligations under federal law and regulations to fulfill a federal contract or licensing obligation. And then C, nothing in this section shall be construed to require an employer to allow being impaired by cannabis products while at work. So basically, the way I see the amendment is that it clarifies some of the language that would we be using in the bill that we want to avoid. We avoid redundancy, but we also want to look at any employment discrimination, not just not being hired or being fired, which is what's in the original bill. The second part being that a person who's registered cannot be punished for their status is added in to the bill, where it already states that for testing positive.
I have a question. I don't believe there is any testing available to tell the difference whether, would you call it a metabolite?
Metabolites,
Okay.
yes.
Is there any testing available to differentiate between that and whether I smoked a joint on the way to work this morning? And
That's a really good question. During the hearing, I don't believe I was able to circulate what I would like to have, but I have a photo of one of the prescription bottles, and it has all of the ingredients that are in one of the capsules that they synthesize, and it has all of the ingredients that in it written on the outside of the label. So you might be taking something that's strictly a cannabinoid that has no THC in it, which is the psychoactive chemical that's in the plants that we're using for therapeutic cannabis and in all cannabis plants, actually. But no, you cannot do a THC level like you can do a blood alcohol level, or like you can do, detect the trace elements of other drugs that are of shorter duration. But the thought that what happens when you metabolize cannabis is very different in every person, but it routinely leaves breakdown products in the blood, in the fat of your body that persist for a long period of time that really have nothing to do with impairment. So I remember during the hearing that it came up, people were asking, well, how would I know if this person was impaired or not? Well, do they smell like smoke? Do they act impaired? Are their eyes glassy? Are they having trouble staying on topic? Are they able to perform the duties of their job? Just as if someone was showing up impaired from alcohol or cocaine or for anything, there are noticeable behaviors that you would want to address with a person if you felt that they were intoxicated on the job. However, this bill is really not about that. It's more about, if I decide that I'm going to take upon myself that I would like to be treated in the therapeutic cannabis program for whatever reasons I may have. Maybe I'm allergic to opiate medication. Maybe I'm afraid to have surgeries and things that are recommended in the traditional medicine world, and maybe those things are really violent and difficult, cause constipation and illness, and where you wind up taking like many more medications than the original.
I'm not questioning why you're taking it. I just want to know, can we differentiate between I took a pill or whatever last night, okay, and I smoked a joint this morning before I came to work, and I'm all messed up. You said the job performance, and I don't think that it hold up in a court of law. Police officers are having a hard time arresting people for driving under the influence of marijuana because there's no test. And the potential for widespread abuse and workplace hazards is pretty high here. Yes.
Couple of questions on your amendment. Line 13 and 14 talks about the federal contract and licensing obligations. So I'm going to make an assumption that would relate to the DOT licensing standard, right? So if I have a position available that requires somebody to get a DOT license to drive a truck, that they need to be able to pass their DOT test. And if they're using cannabis, they cannot pass that test.
Correct. And they cannot work for you.
Okay. In the service industry, there are oftentimes, if not almost all the time, we have service vehicles that are given to technicians or whatever over-the-road crew there is for service that do not require a DOT license. However, they do require them to be driving a company vehicle, company-supplied vehicle, in which the company would then be I'm assuming on the hook for any accidents that may happen. So is there an exclusion for service industries where a company vehicle, or any position where a company vehicle is provided? have one more follow-up.
Not in statute.
Okay. And then on line 15 and 16, I'm a little bit confused. Here it says, nothing in this section shall be construed to require an employer to allow being impaired by cannabis products while at work. Why would we be requiring an employer to be impaired? Am I reading that wrong? Nothing in this section shall be construed to require an employer to allow being impaired by cannabis products while at work.
There's a word missing.
There's something missing there.
Employees should be in.
Employees.
After allow.
Well, why would we require an employee to be impaired? I mean,
So I'm taking this as do you mind if I take the question? I am looking at this where it says nothing in this section shall be construed to require an employer to allow being impaired by cannabis employees products cannabis products while at work. There is missing to allow employees being impaired. I'm not even sure if that's grammatically correct, but there is a word missing there.
I think the employee is implied there. I don't think it's necessarily missing. If someone thought it would be clear with it there, then I don't think it would do any harm. But the word is implied. So when it says being impaired, it implies that means an employee being impaired.
Rep. McKenzie.
Thank you. So let me, I'm trying to get this straight in my own mind. And so what this is a, cannabis is a alternative to other medication that's currently out there, that this is another offering to people to try to control pain and other things. So this is kind of, am I correct in saying this is a part of an offering that employees could get? Am I correct in saying that?
Under state law, anyone who is an adult in New Hampshire and children under certain circumstances can apply to be certified for the therapeutic cannabis program. And there's a broad spectrum of diagnoses that you could be treating. So someone could be treating Crohn's disease, for example. And if you know anything about Crohn's disease, it's like an autoimmune disease in some regards, and it has a lot of side effects. The treatments that control Crohn's disease have profound effects on the body. We're talking about steroids and all types of try this, try that, try a lot of things kind of disorders. That's where the program started. We started with people who had cancer and people who were having difficulty doing their jobs because of the fact that they have something like Crohn's disease, or they are coping with cancer and they need to just get over the nausea and they want to continue working. So it really has very little to do with the relationship that they have with their employer, except that you could get fired, or there's nothing in statute that says that you can't be fired on the spot. And I have a doctor who told me, he said, the guy, I said to him, I said, what do you do? Do you worry about people with the cannabis? And he said, actually, a person lost their job. And this is so, for my doctor to break character and talk with me about that, I knew it had to be really important. And that's also part of why this is before you. I hope that answers your question.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So what I'm trying to just make sure I understand clearly and maybe help broader understanding. This is another opportunity for people to buy into something, get into something that could help them in a way that other drugs may not be effective. And what comes to mind for me is that this is it has this a stigma associated with it. So when you mention, this whole list of things that you can use to control pain and various symptoms, as soon as you mention cannabis, it seems to have a very different, reaction from people. And yet this is a treatment program that people are under that allows them to be part of, they can work, they can function, they can be, pain control can be better, all of these kinds of things. And so, as I understand, what you're advocating for is this, and don't test me and throw me out because I chose this process or this treatment program compared to this treatment program. There should be a whole list of things that my doctor would recommend or that would be recommended to me. Am I characterizing that correct?
Yes, you are. You are. This is an opportunity for someone to try an alternative treatment. But one of those barriers would be the kind of reefer madness mentality that stops people from even wanting to try the program. And in another committee, I had someone say to me that they thought that perhaps I'm saying that cannabis is benign. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the other medications that you take have profound impacts on the body. Whereas if you go to an alternative treatment center and you wanted to treat your Crohn's disease, you may find that your blood pressure is coming down, and you may find that your skin is clearing up from something that was really out of balance. And there's a whole bunch of other things that tumble on, and your general health begins to improve when you're not taking so many pharmaceuticals to deal with the profound side effects that some of these diseases require you to endure. So it's an opportunity. And we have case law behind us that says that a disabled person should be allowed to continue their work in the program. And that's mentioned in the communication that I received. I'm going to make sure that you all get a copy of this. But the Americans with Disabilities Act is really what we're looking at here as well. And we do have precedent, behind us on that, because in the case of pain versus right away, which I think I sent out to you in your email, that the Supreme Court held an employee's use of therapeutic cannabis recommended by their physician over the point being that this was his disability. So that prevailed, and that law, in fact, I think that was an overturn. So it was a reversal of a decision. And these suggestions basically come from that, from just making sure that, we're talking about what is the engagement process with a person and their employer once they decide to enter this program. So when I look at the way things are now, if I were employed at the hospital that I formerly worked at, it would be under this bill, should it become law, I would be able to say, well, I'm a therapeutic cannabis patient. Does that mean you won't hire me? They're going to say, well, it depends on what we would want you to do. What kind of tasks are involved in this job? So there's a lot of situations where I think you have to trust the employer. We don't want to tell employers what to do, but we also don't want everybody who's tried the therapeutic cannabis program to be fired for having the card or testing positive for cannabis. Okay. I don't have a problem with having a urinalysis or a serum blood drug screen for an employee that needs to be working in anything sensitive, or even just to focus on their. I think that if there's cocaine in there, the employer should know. If there's other illegal drugs in there that are not prescribed for anybody, opiates without a prescription, which would, you would want, the employer would want to know that. But of all the things that people can be taking with a prescription that they're not being tested for, it's really impactful when you compare the two. So I'm not saying, no, we don't want to test people, but I'm saying if you test for cannabis and you're in the program, we should not violate the rights. If you have a disability or an inability to do your work, then you should be able to. Thank you.
Representative Infantine.
I am a supporter of the therapeutic cannabis program in general, but I am trying to thread the needle here with telling businesses what to do. Comment you had just made. So, in my I'm in the insurance business, and we have a lot of vehicles going up and down the road. And one of my clients has 60 some little service vans that they're going all over the place, and they have a strict rule. If you get into a car accident, you will automatically have to have a drug test, and if you have any kind of drugs in your system, you will be terminated. So I don't want to come between their rule and what's good for the therapeutic, cannabis program and the people that need it. And I apologize at the beginning of your testimony, I had to leave the room. So we all watch these shows on TV, the forensic files, and they can determine what the blood alcohol content was at this, and the average body metabolizes so much alcohol in a so period, and they can figure out how many hours it's been or whatever. Are there any type of studies out there that can show us that someone that has a THC level of whatever, I don't even know the numbers, is not someone who is impaired versus a certain level it is? Because if someone has cannabis on a Sunday, okay, and they're fine, and they take it to go to sleep Sunday night, and they go to the office on Monday and something happens, or to go to work Monday, they may still have it in their bloodstream. Doesn't mean they were impaired. Do we have any information that would give us some kind of numerical or anything to use so we don't have people getting fired? It can't just be, well, I'm on cannabis, I'm in the cannabis program, so you can't fire me because I happen to have something in your blood, because you don't know if the person was impaired or not. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is there anything we can have the committee to show whether someone, so many parts per million, or what? I don't even know what the testing mechanism is.
There is no test that where you can, I'm sorry, this is in the way, but we'll move around it. There is no test that I know of that's going to tell you right on the spot whether or not someone is impaired with cannabis. I think that it's just as in any other situation, when you are standing in front of somebody who's impaired, you begin to be suspicious and wonder, and you know it. And when you're pulling somebody over or observing something, so the same situation, someone has the Super Bowl, right? Starts at 6:30 at night, drinks till it's over, gets up the next day, goes to work. Maybe has a 0.0001 left of alcohol in their body. They go out, they're in trouble because they got in a car accident, and that tiny bit of alcohol is going to show up, and it's not going to be an alcohol related accident. Even if the person was exhausted and they stayed up all night. If they don't have that 0.08 in their blood, then they're not going to be punished in regards to that. With cannabis, no, you don't get to do that. But at the same time, we shot down this bank robber, and he had cannabis in his urine or in his serum. So, I mean, there's things that there encounters that you have with the police. There's encounters that you have with your employer, and there's encounters that you have with your family and people in everyday life where you wonder if they're impaired or not, and you can't prove it. So I think as an employer, you have to think about how it's just a different way to look at it, I think. Because people really want that specific information about cannabis, but it's just not possible. It's not possible. And when you look at My ex-husband was a programmer and he used to tell me, well, an inventor and a double E guy and everything. But he used to tell me that he said cocaine is the drug that all the people I know used to use. And I said, why is that? And he said, because you can get
Excuse
as
me.
blasted as you want.
Can we keep this to the bill?
Certainly.
I understand your point. Thank you.
Representative Sullivan.
Couple things. One is I'm reading facial expressions and I see folks in 4 people behind. I have no idea what your expertise might be and such, but it might be if the prime sponsor. I've been prime sponsor of many bills that I didn't know everything about, and you're doing a great job. But I'm wondering who else has something to contribute, and I've got something more to contribute in a minute too. So if it's okay with the chair, could we find out if there's other
That's what's-
people that are looking to contribute? And you
Okay.
are? I had a sneaking suspicion you might know something. Okay. I think that would be very helpful. And I'd also like to make a couple points. I'm reading the bill, and there are some things this bill says you can't do. To Representative Infantine's point, the guy with all the little delivery vans cannot fire an employee just because that employee tested positive for cannabis and has a therapeutic cannabis card. If those 2 things are true, you can't fire them. However, you can fire that person if that person showed signs of impairment. So what the employee can't claim is, it doesn't matter if I'm falling down. It doesn't matter if my speech is slurred. I've got a card, so I'm off scot-free. So the employer can't fire somebody or discipline somebody just because they tested positive and have a card. So I think that's important to keep in mind. I think the piece that was very important to the committee before we got to the subcommittee level was lines 13 and 14. This section shall not apply in cases where this limitation conflicts with the employer's obligation under federal law or regulations or to fulfill a federal contract or licensing obligation. We were trying to figure out if the exceptions served our purpose sufficiently. And I don't know where we're at on that point. But that's my view of the bill. It works for me. Certainly what the employer is prevented from doing and what the employee is prevented from doing seem to be covered adequately and clearly, as long as we insert the word employee, I guess. But basically that all seems to work. The issue that I think we need to figure out is whether or not lines 13 and 14 do everything we want them to do. So, thank you.
Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question I had was, 126X3 has a lot of qualifying things for employment. Is this looking to overrule those restrictions and requirements?
No.
Thank you. And follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
I too share the question about the amendment. However, are we now, if the employee tests afterwards for cannabis and workman's comp and let's say your liability insurance tells you that you allowed this person to work impaired, we're not going to cover this accident, or we're not going to cover the injury to one of your customers. Where is the protection for the employer in that?
The employee is not asking the employer to let them work impaired.
if the drug test came back that they had cannabis in their system, and the workman's compensation comes back, or your liability insurance comes back and says, we're not covering you because you allowed them to work impaired. Where is the protection for the employer in that case?
I'm having difficulty understanding how to answer that question. I understand what the question is, but I don't have an answer to that question that will satisfy the whole question. I just keep coming back to, we're not talking about impairment here. We're talking about you being a member of the program. And when we're talking about the therapeutic cannabis, I want people to think, if you have a Medi planner that's 7x4, that this pill, this is something that we would, if you were impaired, I would hope that your employer would look into everything in your planner and say, oh my goodness, he did say he was sick and he fell down, you know, to see what's going on, because we're going to look at the person's therapeutic cannabis, but we're going to be going right past people that are using opiates on the job, perhaps, because we're suspicious of certain behaviors on the part of the employee. So what this bill would do is make less suspicion on everybody. There's rules. In other words, when you go to, you get employed, that if you develop an illness that you wanted to treat with the therapeutic cannabis, you find the other treatments are radical, or they have consequences that you don't want to face. Some of those treatments themselves are very impairing. So it leaves you in the same position as a mom does when her daughter's going out for a date and the kid comes to the front door and you're like, is he okay or isn't he okay? I can't tell. Well, he didn't look like he was high. He didn't look like he was drunk. You're going to think about these things, but you're not going to know. And you're not always going to know. So where that leaves the employer with the insurance company is somewhere in the point of, well, what are you having this person do? Are you having them do something that causes them to have obligations under the federal law? It's not just the employer that has the obligations under the federal law. It's the employee, and the employee's obligation is to test clean.
Thank you.
One more question for this representative, if I may, before we bring in the expert, please. We're talking a lot about, it seems like a lot of the focus in our conversation here has to do with employees and whether or not we can terminate them or take disciplinary action. However, what we seem to be not addressing is the ability or the lack thereof to deny employment for somebody. So we all have, in the job world, there's a job description that's put together, and in the job description there are requirements that are needed to fulfill the job. And while the ADA compliance is that you have to make reasonable accommodations for those who fall under the ADA, there are still specific job description requirements that are met, that need to be met to fulfill a job, whether you need to be able to lift 40 pounds or 70 pounds or sit at a desk, use a keyboard, so on and so forth. So if the job description could not be fulfilled because this person is using cannabis and maybe is abusing the use of the cannabis and maybe taking more than they should, so are you saying that the employer should not be able to deny that person employment when they find out that this person is not suitable for that job because of the cannabis use or abuse of cannabis?
In the case that you mentioned, I would say no.
No, what? They can't hire them?
I would, if you could restate the question.
Is this bill preventing the employer from not hiring that person because they are not qualified to meet the job description requirements because they are using cannabis, or maybe, well, maybe they don't know the excessive use, but they could probably tell based off of the interview process. But if they feel the use of cannabis is going to impair their ability to fulfill the job description, are you saying that they should be required to hire them?
No, I'm not saying that.
So then they can choose not to, they can choose to deny employment based off of that.
You, when you mentioned at the beginning, you spoke about somebody who might be using a little too much cannabis and could be impaired. Maybe they don't know how much is impairment. And you would not hire someone who you thought that would be impaired. If you think someone's sitting before you, you should not hire them if you think they're impaired during the interview.
Thanks. I think this leaves it to be very subjective by the employer then.
Yeah, can we have the other, the gentleman that, from Health and Human
Yes,
Services?
certainly. And if you would like me to distribute that case law, I can do that as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. For the record, my name is Michael Holt. I'm the administrator of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program with the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public Health Services. The department doesn't have a position on this bill, but I'm happy to provide as much information as I can, and answer questions where I can. One thing I'd like to offer up is the floor. So current law with regard to the Therapeutic Cannabis Program is very employer friendly. There are two provisions that you've alluded to in the Therapeutic Cannabis Law, which say if you are a patient, you cannot possess cannabis at the workplace without your employer's written permission. It goes on to say that as a patient, you are not permitted to be under the influence of cannabis without your employer's written permission. So it's important to know that as the floor. And so there's already a process. And there's another provision that says there's nothing in the Therapeutic Cannabis Law which would be construed to prevent, disciplinary action against that employee for consuming at the workplace or being under the influence. Right. So there's many employer protections in the Therapeutic Cannabis Law already. So with that understanding, we move to this bill, and the problem is a real problem, and that is, and we're all understanding it, and that is your use the night before to help you sleep if your condition is insomnia. In the morning, you are no longer under the influence. However, if you get tested, you will test positive for THC. What this bill attempts to do, I believe, is to say that just because you are that you test positive for THC solely, you're testing positive for THC, and there's no other other factor in play, you shouldn't be fired. And so when we look at the bill or the amendment, line 8, one of the key words here is solely. This disciplinary action, this firing, this denial can't be solely because you have a card or solely because you fail a drug test. It really does emphasize the impairment standard, which is not black and white, as we know. Law enforcement has issues determining impairment. They have they're asking for more funding for drug recognition DRE, drug recognition experts, to help them with field work to identify someone who's impaired where there's not an immediate drug test on the side of the road. So I'm not saying that this is an easy bill to fix. However, the pendulum right now is swung fully to, if you test positive for THC, you can be fired regardless of impairment, unlike every other prescription medication that might be prescribed to you. And this is not a prescription medicine. Doctors don't prescribe this. They certify a condition, and that's why this is difficult. But all the other medications that you would be prescribed, that you would be able to use at the workplace, you are allowed to use them at the workplace unless you are impaired by that product. And this does not change any employer's impairment standard. This simply says that just because you fail a THC drug test, that alone cannot be cause for that firing or disciplinary action. So with that, I'll happily take some more questions or try to answer some of the other questions you already asked. And I may not have all the answers.
Thank you. So I think what you're telling us is that if someone has a prescription for Percocet, and that person is taking the medication on the schedule provided by the physician, but the night before, the morning of, or in the middle of the workday, as long as they are taking it as prescribed and they are not showing signs of impairment, they're okay and the employer cannot fire them. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. With the therapeutic program, you need your employer's written permission to bring it onto the work site.
I understand.
Yeah.
I just trying to clarify the parallels between other medications and this very unique substance that you can't get a prescription for and is unfortunately illegal federally. It creates great problems. So thank you.
The amendment is a much stronger vehicle for this effort. It improves and clarifies the original bill immeasurably. I do think that the crux, you're exactly right, is lines 13 and 14, where we set a floor for a carve out for federal law, federal regulations. CDL, is the most popular one. If you cannot get a CDL license, without a drug test. And this language fully supports, that industry. I'm not an expert on how far down, into state law that protection, that federal protection or limitation applies. And I do think this, but I do think it's a solid floor on which to build. This model would be easy to add more carve-outs. Say if law enforcement wanted a carve-out for state and local law enforcement to say that this law should not apply to them, that would be an easy add. It may already be covered. I don't know, but that would be easy to add. After hospital association came in and asked for a carve-out, that would be fine too. My colleagues have reached out to law enforcement on this. We haven't heard back from them on this, but I believe that this is a floor on which we can continue working throughout the session if the concept has merit. And I mean, I think the concept does have merit. Representative over here, his question of what do you do, what do you do when your company policy says you must drug test for THC when there's an accident, and if there's a positive test, you get fired. Well, what happens when you get fired when you weren't impaired? What happens when you get fired when you weren't impaired? That when your cannabis use was, over the weekend or the night before, and the accident was somebody else's fault. According to that policy, you're getting fired for choosing this alternative therapy as opposed to opioids. So it's a hard knot to unravel. Again, happy to answer more questions. And I would invite, my colleagues behind me to come and speak as well, in case I've missed some important points.
I think you are right as far as, we're in a tough spot. Cannabis works for pain. The testing technology stinks. Let's face it, it doesn't do anything for whether you just on.
No, testing does. You can. I don't know the numbers, but you can test for THC metabolites in your system, but those numbers don't mean anything. It just means that you have it in your system.
Exactly. The carve-outs, we could sit here for days in the construction industry, the trucking, the nursing, we could go on and on and on and on and on. School bus drivers, school bus monitors, anybody that's going to be around kids, we could go on. Until technology catches up, I'd have a difficult time, taking all of the rights away from employers.
Until we
it's-
have, until
you
the
could
technology.
take somebody in the financial field, goes in and makes $1 million mistake, and they might have did their therapeutic cannabis at night and smoked a joint before they came to work, and make $1 million mistake. Yet the test is the same, whether they did or didn't smoke that joint. We're really in a tough spot.
Right now, the pendulum has swung the other way, where there's no accommodation for responsible use of a state legal product that is being
Yes.
used under the direction of a physician.
And an employer would say, they don't want it to swing any different. You have the insurance things, the workers' comp, the liability insurance. This is a can of worms, and can we work on it? Sure, and hopefully this is my opinion. Hopefully the technology, the testing technology, will catch up. I know there's a law enforcement is screaming for it.
Yeah.
And it might happen.
We shouldn't hold our breath for that. The point behind this bill is that, people can't work.
And I'll let Lino go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we're running long. Under 126X3, there are several provisions in here for employment. If the employer does not give his written permission or permission to use cannabis or cannabis products during the day, even though their prescription or their prescribed medical
Certified,
plan
yep.
is every 4 hours or every 6 hours to take whatever it is for anxiety or whatnot, and the employer doesn't give their consent to do that, is that denying them denying them employment because they're not honoring their thing? Or can the employee go to the Department of Labor saying, they're not honoring my plan, they're not allowing me to ingest these products during work, so they're denying me employment?
I would answer this way to start, and that is, cannabis is not a prescription. It's a Schedule 1, federally illicit
I'm
substance.
just going by that it's being allowed to be used right now.
But it is not customary. Doctors are not prescribing cannabis, and one of the things what that means is that they are not saying take exactly this amount on this regular schedule. There is no a prescription would be the route of administration, the frequency of the dose, et cetera. That is not part of this program. What the providers do is certify that a patient has a condition under the law that makes you eligible for the program, and then that person uses the product, purchases the product, and uses the product to relieve their symptoms. There is no doctor's orders to say take this particular product every 4 hours. So the scenario that you're describing, I've never heard of that particular case, and I would be surprised. That would ever occur. We allow prescribers, or we allow doctors to engage and make recommendations for dispensing. So they can call up the ATCs and say, I don't want my emphysema patient being dispensed inhalable products, and the ATCs have to abide by that prescriber instruction.
Right.
But all those things go through us. I'm not aware of any take 2 pills every day, every 4 hours. It just doesn't happen.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, say they're taking it for anxiety and they have a lot of anxiety at work. By not allowing them to use that product according to what they're being treated for, would the employer now be denying them employment because they're not allowing them to do that?
I don't know.
Because this is where the Department of Labor would come in and say, okay, well, you can't do that. You have to allow them to do that. But 126 says you need the written permission, and the employer is denying that written permission. Well,
this bill is not aimed to replace the provisions in 126X. The requirement in 126X that says if you wanna use it, you need your employer's written permission, right? This would appear next to, you know, the current law. It's not intended to replace it. So if the employer says you're not allowed to have it on you're not allowed to have it in your possession at work, that would trump, you know, I would not call that a denial under this law, under this proposal.
Under the amendment.
Under the amendment, correct. Same thing with, you know, using it while at work. Again, the therapeutic cannabis law says you can't use it while working in the workplace without the employer's written permission. So that, I mean, that stands. This doesn't replace that. This says, what this says is that if I test you in the morning and you test positive for THC, I can't fire you solely for that. Like this is a person who comes to work, doesn't bring their, you know, their cannabis product, doesn't use it at work, but is using it at night, not impaired the next day, gets a drug test, tests positive, and then is fired. That's what this bill is trying to prevent. It doesn't impact the other provisions that say you need your employer's written permission, you know, to have it at the workplace or to use it while working.
I think there's a distinction that was brought up here that I think it's important to note is that in the workers' comp environment, you are not necessarily denied workers' compensation because you might have been under the influence. There were cases, many cases, frankly, whether you were under the influence or not, you were injured, i.e., box falls on your head, comes off of a thing and drops on your head. Well, that doesn't mean that if you were sober or you were under the influence, that accident, that made any difference in terms of the accident. So I think there is that distinction, and that is worked through when you do workers' comp appeals, and that's how those are adjudicated in the thing. So it's not all black and white when it comes to the issue of workers' compensation. And I think, I think what I'm gaining from this is that there is an opportunity to offer to people an alternative treatment that may be very effective, that may put them back in a very productive environment, that the employer still has the jurisdiction over who can use it, when they can use it, that the DLT laws still exist. You can't deny, you can't drive a truck if you're under the influence of anything. So to me, all of that exists, and I think what we're trying to carve out is that place where we bring it in, let people who have benefited from this use it. And I can bet dollars for donuts, there are a whole bunch of people that are on opiates in workplaces that never get tested for them, that are taking them, and the employer probably doesn't know one lick about what's going on. So I think it's, I think we have to work on it, but I think I understand what you're trying to accomplish here. Thank you.
Representative Sullivan.
I guess going back to Representative Avalani's question about can an employer deny employment to somebody if they want to use during the day, I think clearly that is bottom line is the employer is given rights under 126X that says that they can choose not to allow use during the day. They can choose not to allow cannabis in the workplace. So if they exercise those rights, they can't be held to task because of that. That's number one. Number two, on a somewhat different subject, I'm still sort of struggling with lines 13 and 14. I don't know if there's somebody here who understands those thoroughly or not. I don't believe you do, and which is fine. I don't. But basically, I think the subcommittee could benefit from a full list of all the types of employment that are included under those under the language in those lines. I thought I heard during the committee hearing that perhaps law enforcement was included in that. I'm not sure if they are or not. But basically, I think we would benefit from knowing all of whom would be included in that list. We know that truck drivers are. Who else? Fire, police, EMS, hospital employees, as you pointed out. Who all is included in that? And I think then once we've seen that, we as a subcommittee can discuss whether or not anyone else needs to be added. But right now, there's an invisible list, at least invisible to us, that I think we need. I don't know. Is there somebody that can provide that?
I don't know. I can reference the document that was referred to during the hearing testimony was called the Federal Omnibus Transportation Employee Testing Act of 1991. We can provide a copy of that. That did have a list of professions that were included. And it also, if memory serves, it has a list of professions that could be included, but we're not required under that. So there is a list that I've seen. I don't have it printed out. That is something that I can provide. We can provide, and there may be some smarter people behind me, that have more information on what that federal list is. What I like about the amendment is that it goes beyond that list and it talks about federal contracts. So and federal licensing as well.
I'm still reading body language, and I think I saw head shakes on that on the issue of the list.
Okay, I'm happy to defer to my colleagues.
If they have something to contribute, Mr. Chair,
One more
I think it would be great.
Representative Calame. Okay.
Mine is really more committee discussion, so it's not pertinent. If you have somebody here who's willing to answer that question,
Okay.
I'm happy to yield.
You're talking about federal contracts, you're talking about CMS requirements for hospitals and whatnot. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
There are other
I'm sorry.
instances as it relates to federal contracts. I mean, you can't get in the shipyard if you're under the influence of anything. Everybody's tested before the Seaport Power Plant. All the building trades are tested in many installations around that you just can't get in them till you're tested. So I think that's what that may speak to, and that refers to federal contracts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. For the record, Matt Simon. I work for Prime ATC, one of the alternative treatment centers in New Hampshire. I am not an expert on labor law. I probably qualify as an expert on cannabis and cannabis policy, so I can help with some of the questions you're answering and some maybe not so much. I think I'll start with lines 13 and 14, even though I'm not an expert in labor law. My sense is that all of these policies are in flux at the federal level, and it's hard to know how they might change in the future. So I think the goal of this sentence is to make sure that whatever federal requirements may exist, we know about commercial driver's license. That's one that's certain. There may be others. And if they exist, then this would broadly make it clear that employers are not required to violate federal mandates to accommodate this section. So I wanted to comment on testing generally. I think first I want to explain why I think there's a sense of urgency to pass this bill sooner than later. So first of all, you've been given the Supreme Court case where a court has already ruled in favor of a defendant and found that he was entitled to not be fired from his job based on, you have those details. I haven't read them in a while, so I'll leave them for you. And so we've created a situation where that's existing case law, and any patient who gets fired, say, would be able to go to court, get an attorney, pay a bunch of money, go through a process, and achieve the same result that Mr. Payne achieved. That's very expensive. It's not a policy change. It's just we know that courts are now viewing this, and there's precedent that the court would likely find in an employee's favor if they're terminated solely for either of A or B, having a active registration with the program or a positive drug test. So the other aspect of this, as Representative McKenzie has suggested, is we hear from patients all the time who have been prescribed opioids or other medications that they find impairing or debilitating in various ways, and they want to qualify for therapeutic cannabis, but their employer has a policy that broadly prohibits them being able to work there or they want to get a job in a field and they fear drug testing and being disqualified solely on the basis of them being a card-holding patient. So we already have the case law, but until we have a change in the statute, we're not going to have clear guidance for employers that this is in fact how courts are considering this issue. So that's why I think there's a sense of urgency to try to get it done and get it into statute, so there is that clarity for both patients and employers that this is how the law is being not only written but understood, and not to be a deterrent to patients who want to participate in the therapeutic cannabis program as an alternative to opioids or other medication. So I think the key word, as Mr. Holt suggested, is on line 8, the word solely, and I think that's the line that threads the needle. So all of the scenarios that I've heard presented are, what if an employee is impaired and does this? What if an employee is in an accident while at work? And there's always some other component beyond A and B. A is just they are a qualifying patient, and B is just they tested positive. If a person's driving a car, a company car while at work and gets into an accident and they're thought to be impaired, that's more than A and B. That's they did something. So I think solely is the key word that threads the needle and strikes that balance. As Mr. Holt suggested, we've done some outreach trying to find out what categories might not fit in lines 13 and 14. If there is a specific carve out needed for law enforcement, if there is one needed for any other sector. And if anybody comes forward and says we need a specific carve out for our sector, I think the sponsor and the supporters of this bill are more than open to including those specific carve outs if they come forward. But nearly every objection I've heard has been, what about if federal law or federal contracts say we can't? So I think lines 13 and 14 address all of that. And I was going to comment on the technology that is available for testing, but if you have a question, Representative, I'd be happy to pause and take your question.
Thank you, I appreciate it. We keep falling back into the opioids and people who are on opioids. To me, there's a clear difference there. When I'm prescribed an opioid, it says right on my prescription, do not operate heavy equipment, do not drink alcohol, do not do this, do not do that, right? So my prescription itself is giving me my limitations, and it's holding me responsible by way of accepting that prescription and taking it. It's holding me responsible for my actions. So anything that happens beyond that now is solely on me. From what I'm hearing, this is not the case with cannabis, right? There is not a prescription that says that, and if I'm wrong, which because I'm seeing a head nod behind you, then I would love to be corrected on that. But is there a prescription that says while you are utilizing this product, you should not be operating heavy equipment, you should not be using alcohol, same thing. Is there personal responsibility by way of accepting that prescription?
Thank you for the question. Is there personal responsibility? Absolutely yes, in the therapeutic cannabis program. It's not a prescription because it can't be. Doctors can't prescribe a Schedule I controlled substance. So the certification is a parallel process that resembles a prescription but is different in some key respects. So every product that we dispense comes with warning labels. Every patient that we take into the program, there's required intake paperwork that explains cannabis and some of the potential risks. The patients have to sign that they've received that paperwork. We offer initial consultations for any first-time patient. We encourage them to sit down with one of our patient educators, talk through the risks and potential benefits, talked to patients about how they can get the most positive use out of cannabis without negative side effects, without, most patients are not looking to be impaired. They're not looking to be intoxicated. They're trying to feel better. And in most cases, they've been prescribed treatments that they found either didn't work or did produce negative side effects. And particularly with opioids, impairment is one of those negative side effects. So, we have, and some of those patients that we've helped get off opioids over the years, some of them work for us now and are opioid free and are participants in the therapeutic cannabis program. And they're functioning, productive employees at our ATC. We also serve lots of patients who were not able to work 5 or 10 years ago, but are able to work now, that they've achieved better health in part through therapeutic cannabis. So we want to get rid of that deterrent. That it's heartbreaking to hear from patients who say, I want to be on this program so badly. And maybe they've tried cannabis once or twice and found that it helped them, but they have to factor in this fear of losing their job or not getting their next job if they do go on the program.
But to me, this brings us back to the question of being able to test this and to be able to test it. And we keep using the example of I used last night and I come to work today that, I'm not impaired. But if I used 5 minutes before I walk through this door, nobody's able to tell me that or be able to tell if I took cannabis before I walk through the door of the State House, because the test is going to be the same. And there are many people with very addictive personalities. I've got, one myself where I've got an addiction to chocolate. I can't give it up. But so they're just addicted. They're addicted to that feeling. I mean, I've got a brother-in-law who is in rehab. So same thing. How do you control that when they've got this addiction to cannabis?
So I think that's a good invitation for me to talk about the technology that is available with testing. So there's two main ways that cannabis can be tested for. One is a urine test, and that does not tell you anything other than that there are cannabis metabolites present. So an individual could test positive for, up to a month or even more in some cases after most recent use. So that isn't helpful at all. But unfortunately, that is how most pre-employment drug screening is handled. And, I have a friend who he quit smoking cannabis for, I think, 6 weeks because he wanted to get this job. And yet he still tested positive and didn't get the job. So, it's really, urine testing is not helpful in any way except to find that somebody has used cannabis at some point in the past. Blood testing is also available, and blood testing will tell you recent use and will tell you, because cannabis will clear from your bloodstream within a couple of days. There will still be traces and metabolites, but actual THC. So blood testing will tell you that somebody's used cannabis somewhat recently. The problem is not with the technology. The problem is that cannabis isn't like alcohol, and our bodies don't metabolize it in a predictable way. So with alcohol, we have a 0.08 standard that's fairly well accepted, and we know that individuals, no matter how much they drink, no matter how long they've been drinking, some tolerance might explain some people being able to handle alcohol somewhat better than others, but we know that anybody is impaired at 0.08 or above. With cannabis and with cocaine and with opioids and with just about any other substance you could become impaired on, there's no bright line where above this, anybody's going to be impaired, and below it, nobody's going to be impaired. We just don't have that. So a patient who's taking a high-dose edible every night for pain and insomnia is never going to be impaired during the day. You could apply a field sobriety test. You could apply an advanced drug recognition expert test. It's a 12-point test designed to look for drug impairment. Patient may test higher than 0.5 nanograms per liter, which is a standard in some states. It's not based on anything, but there's no evidence that they're actually impaired. So again, if there's a credible allegation that an employee is impaired while at work, that's not covered by this bill. There's no protection by this bill. All this bill says is that these actions can't be based solely on status as a card-holding patient or solely on a positive drug test. If you cause an accident at work and you know somebody gets hurt or something like that, and there's evidence that you're impaired, you don't need a bulletproof test to prove impairment. You have other ways to do that.
I don't believe an interview process is enough to be able to determine that, so I just don't think, I don't like the part about denying employment. I think an employer should be able to decide that, but I get the part about employment. You can see a pattern of a person, you know a person. When they're employed, you can learn their patterns, you can see their behaviors, but in a job interview process,
If I may volunteer one more clarifying piece of information for your representative, under the category of setting the floor, the therapeutic cannabis program, law 126X, :3, you are not allowed to be under the influence of cannabis while operating a motor vehicle, commercial vehicle, boat, vessel, or any other vehicle propelled or drawn by power other than muscular power. In addition, you're not allowed to operate heavy machinery or handle a dangerous instrumentality. So again, these are other areas where just because you're a patient using it, you are not permitted under current state law from being under the influence of the product. And so there's already these protections in here. So when to answer your question about, your opioid prescription says don't operate heavy machinery, yeah, the therapeutic cannabis law already prevents you. And it more than prevents you, you are subject to arrest. Even if you have a card and you're using it, you're subject to arrest if you're not compliant with those laws. So I just wanted to offer that as well as part of the floor.
I understand that. It just from and it's probably more committee conversation and you as well, but from a hiring practice, if I am hiring somebody to come in and operate a forklift in a shop and have to be able to operate this forklift, I'm not going to be able to know. He's going to come in clean for his interview. This person, he, she, whichever, they're not going to, I'm assuming they're not going to come into the interview process impaired. And they're going to tell me all of the right things. No, I don't do this. No, I don't do that. No, I don't do this. So now I send them off to a drug screening and find out that, they have cannabis in their system. And I have to make a decision when I have a couple of people here to choose from. I'm not hiring this guy. He might be a little bit more qualified, but he's taking cannabis. And this guy, he's also qualified, but he's not. So am I going to be able to make that decision to say, I'm not hiring this guy? Of course, I'm not going to tell him I'm not hiring him because of the cannabis, right? So now he's got to prove that I denied him employment because he's on cannabis and the other guy's not. So how does that work?
I think employers deal with those kinds of questions every day outside of this realm of cannabis, of determining, everything else being equal, I'm going to choose this person based on subjective criteria. And I don't think this is any different.
I would suggest that any hiring process is a crapshoot.
Which makes me wonder why
This,
it's here.
this here says no employment shall deny.
Solely
no.
on a positive test. You can deny based on any other reason allowed by law.
Now they're facing a lawsuit that I, wasn't hired because.
Exactly.
I would offer that there's 14,000 patients in the therapeutic cannabis program, just to give you a sense of the scope. And the vast majority of them are outside of working age and don't work. Many of them are working because they now can. Yeah, it's a relatively small program. This is a small population we're talking about.
Representative Avellini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will be my last question. So an employee, long-term employee, gets into a car accident on their own time, gets into this program. The employer has a no tolerance policy. Basically, you're solely becomes now they're a card carrying member of the program. Is that superseding employer policy? The employer now cannot terminate that employee because they have a zero tolerance policy?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow the example or the anecdote.
So if the employer has a zero tolerance policy for drugs, the employee, through no fault of the employer, goes out and gets into a car accident on a Saturday night, taking their family out to dinner. They get into this program down the road because they were given prescribed opioids or whatever. Now comes back to the employer and says, I'm now part of this program, you can't fire me.
And they got the card after the accident?
After the accident, it's still employed by the employer.
I'm not an employer, and I'm not an attorney who deals with labor law. So, I'm unprepared to answer these questions.
As an employer, that's the question I would have.
How would your attorneys answer that question?
No, I didn't know if there was something you guys knew that we didn't on that topic. What happens during mid-employment if their situation changes from a non-cannabis using person to a cannabis using person under this program, and the employer has a zero tolerance?
I don't know. I mean, we deal with patients who are in are in the midst of we have patients who get cards after they get arrested for possession when they don't have a card. And so part of their plea deals become, if you get your doctor to sign off and you get a therapeutic cannabis card, we'll drop the charges, or, it's the basis of a plea deal or whatnot. So that's the only experience that I have in terms of a mid-process for getting a card in the middle of an incident that is under question. But employment, I don't know.
Thank you.
Representative Infantine.
Thank you. I think I follow the pattern here, but I just want to make sure I understand it, because here a lot of your testimony has been very helpful. So you have approximately 14,000 people in the therapeutic cannabis program. Can you give me a ballpark of about how many are working? Maybe 1,000? You said it was a small amount.
I don't have that. I don't have
Okay.
that data. I'm just saying that there's many, 70 and 80-year-olds on the program as well.
Okay. So the law, so I can read it, that you're that you were citing about the, as you call it, the ground floor. What is the RSA, please?
RSA 126-X
Okay, so it's just including here this X. Oh, okay.
:3
Okay. I see
has
where-
the prohibitions.
Okay. So an employer, sorry, I don't want to sneeze here. That's why I'm touching my nose. An employer has to agree, as you said before, they have to agree in writing to this, correct? If someone is going to be in their employ that is a cannabis user.
Written permission to possess at work.
Okay.
Written permission to be under the influence at work.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand, because I've never had this happen on an employer. I'm trying to understand, follow the bouncing ball to start. So if someone comes in as a brand new employee and wants to be interviewed, so they're interviewed, and they inform their employer that they're on therapeutic cannabis, and they inform them of the law that, if you get hired, I have to have you in writing agree that I can possess and then be under the influence. Is that the word? I want to use the right word here. Not influence, but
It's not a condition of
Right.
employment. It is a condition of those two behaviors. The behavior is being in possession at work
Yeah.
or being under the influence at work. If you're going to do one of those things, you need your employer's written permission. You don't need your employer's written permission to be on the program and be under the influence and use this product at home.
Right. No, I
But you
understand
need the permission
it.
to bring it into work and to use it at work.
So I show up, I am utilizing therapeutic cannabis. I show up for an interview. I go through the interview, everything's going fine, it's an accounting procedure, I pass all the criteria or whatever. I inform this prospective employer that I'm on the therapeutic cannabis, and I explain to them what the rules are going to be, what the current rules are in 126X. And they say, oh, well, I don't want to hire you then. That's what you want to make against the law. Number one, correct? Says right here, you want to make,
Yes.
cannot
simply-
deny employment.
Simply having a card
Right.
and
And having the
share and
employer,
disclosing that information
Right.
is not a fireable or non-hireable offense. Yes.
okay. And you want the same thing if someone cannot be terminated or any disciplinary work action held, who possesses these things. But it says who is qualified patient. Currently valid. Okay. But the thing comes down to, I think, is everyone, it comes down to B. I think that's where everyone's having the problem. Individual has a positive drug test indicating cannabis code. Does anyone have any other problems with prior to B?
I do.
Okay, is that the termination part, or the they
Well,
can't deny
A-
employees?
As we've been talking about the permission slip,
Yeah.
what happens if the employer says, no, I'm not going to give that to you. I can't use you. Now he's in violation of this.
Okay, that
okay.
continues on though, because you further stated that, is it also in 126 something or whatever, about they cannot use heavy machinery, cannot use a motorized vehicle or whatever, is that also in 126 further down the,
Yes. Same section.
okay. I guess I have to read the whole law.
Just that one section.
Well, I mean, the whole 126 or whatever to understand it.
Colon 3 sets these requirements. Yep.
Okay.
And from,
Because what I'm trying, we're thinking globally, and I get it. And shame on me. I mean, I haven't read all of 126 to see what.
well, he rattled off quite a few, but I can think of dozens more. And if I went home and thought about it real hard, I could probably think of 30 or 40 more, job titles and, things like that. Like I said, this is a can of worms, whether it's, you're looking at the insurance end of it. He mentioned, it's heartbreaking to see somebody gets fired. Well, it'd be heartbreaking for somebody to lose their business because an insurance company wouldn't cover an accident. And he ends up losing his house and all the rest of it. I mean, we got heartbreaking things all over the place here. And, nobody wants to look at the employer and what he has to go through. Representative Susi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to look at it from a different perspective. I agree with a lot of stuff that's being said here. However, I also just want to make a statement that I don't believe that everybody that's on the cannabis or the therapeutic cannabis program is stoned every day they go to work. I think these people will use cannabis at night. I know several people that use cannabis at night. And it's to relieve pain. Again, because you have it in your system does not mean you're impaired. So I think we need to get away from the whole thing that just because people are using therapeutic cannabis is that they're high every day, because that's not the case. I think a lot of these people are using it, again, for sleeping purposes, for pain purposes, rather than going to opioids. So I think we just need to remember that. I think that's important to remember that. A lot of these people aren't going to work high, and it may be in their system. But again, if I take a 5 milligram gummy at night at 10 o'clock when I go to bed, it's no different than me drinking 4 ounces of alcohol in a Truly. When I wake up in the next morning, I'm not intoxicated, and I'm not under the influence. So I think we just need to remember that. I think, we're running around in circles here, and it's a big, this is an important bill, but I just think we need to look at it from all perspectives. Thank you.
And to add to that, there's no way of telling who isn't either. I don't know if it's 50-50, 40-60, what, who knows? But you're not going to tell me that there aren't people abusing it too. Representative Infantine.
Thank you. If I might, I'm not asking you gentlemen to leave or anything. Jody, you had told me, I apologize, I had to leave the room for a phone call. Is there an amendment coming? Okay. Is it the one that removed the, I thought there was an amendment that was going to come that was, yeah, from the police that was going, is that part of this federal sentence? Is that what that covers it?
About a week ago, say, does this cover your concerns for law enforcement? They were gonna be able to get back to us, but we just not have that person.
Okay.
We're trying to address their testimony before next committee at a public hearing, that law enforcement be covered.
This is where I'm getting at. We have a bill a perennial bill here about credit checks for employment. Okay, and every once in a while it comes through, and we end up saying, well, it can't be for it has to exclude, certain things. The nuclear power plant workers at Seabrook. It has to include anyone that is involved with things. So my question is there going to be a problem if we end up having 4 or 5 organizations that say, we don't want to be included in this? The Police Chiefs Association doesn't want to be involved with this. Nuclear regulatory people, I guess maybe that is covered under this federal law, number 2. But, what happens if, I don't know. Other than the state police, I can't think of one. Okay.
So I didn't see the other stakeholders, but again, it's busy time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a meeting that started 15 minutes ago. I'd love to get to, but it seems like we're missing 2 things. It would be great to hear from exactly where the chiefs of police are coming from, and apparently we can't hear that now. And also, I would like to get the full list of what's included in lines 13 and 14, all of those types of employment, so that we can know where we stand there. So I would suggest we need another meeting. And I would further suggest that since the OSHA committee is going to be meeting on March 2nd? March 2nd at 10 a.m., perhaps we could meet after that.
Everybody else?
Mr. McKenzie, does that work for you?
The only thing I would say is that we have very little time on. In the scheme of things, that's the only week we have.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we were gonna try to stay away from scheduling anything. Cause we're gonna get hammered pretty good next week, with hearings. So, I'm trying to carve that out and hold on to that few days.
Let's retain it then.
So, but I'll try to make it.
Is this in the minutes?
Date you guys have. I'll do the best I can.
I know that Representative Susi will be here for the other committee meeting, so if Representative McKenzie, you can't, I would suggest that perhaps that Representative Susi could stand in your place.
Representative Bellini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who prepared the handout that we were just given?
This is a document that the Therapeutic Cannabis Program has posted on our website as an informational document for patients and caregivers. And what there's no interpretation in this document. It is simply collecting the bits of law in 126X, including and especially Roman Section 3, that establish these limitations. And your protections as a patient. And so, in my opinion, it is clearer to go to the law X3 and read that than read this document. What this does is puts your patient protections and patient prohibitions, limitations in one place. So this is a Therapeutic Cannabis Program document that we make available.
Thank you. It hasn't been revised since 11/15.
The law has not changed in this regard since it was passed.
Okay, because it
There have
says,
been no improvements, there have been no additional protections, and there have been no additional prohibitions since the law passed in 2013. This document, the program was launched in 2015.
it's making reference to, other laws that were changed through the years. 2016, was 247:5 and 6. 2021 has 16 and 21. You have 921, 122:19 as well. Were those any substantial changes?
I'm not seeing,
It's on the back of the, it's on the part of 126:3 for the sources. I just want to make sure we're getting updated information.
I'm not seeing where you're referring to.
Under the, section 126 where it says sources. If you're actually.
I don't
reading
know
the
what was
law.
just, perhaps we were handed out two different things. I'm looking at a document called Therapeutic Cannabis Program,
Yep.
Protections and Prohibitions for Qualifying Patients.
Right, I'm looking at 126:3, X:3.
Oh,
On the
law
bottom, it
itself.
says sources.
Right.
Yep, it's just, there was updates, and I just want to make sure that we're still had the same.
I will review this document again and make sure that this is the right one, but changes to those sections of the law, I do not believe impact this document.
Thank you, just make sure. Thank.
I just want to say one last thing. Thank you for your thoughtful questions and your interest in this topic. Like I said, the department doesn't take a position, but it is an important issue for patients, and I appreciate the care with which you're taking this issue, considering it. So thank you.